The autumn of 1399 marked a seismic shift in English royal succession that would echo through the corridors of power for generations. When Henry Bolingbroke, Duke of Lancaster, landed at Ravenspur on the Yorkshire coast with a modest force of perhaps 1,500 men, few could have predicted that this act of defiance would fundamentally alter the trajectory of English monarchy. Richard II, the last Plantagenet king in direct male line, found himself increasingly isolated as noble support evaporated with startling rapidity. Richard's reign had been marked by a series of political miscalculations that had systematically alienated the most powerful magnates in the realm. His reliance on court favourites, particularly Robert de Vere, Earl of Oxford, and Michael de la Pole, Earl of Suffolk, had created deep resentment among the established nobility. The king's arbitrary confiscation of noble lands, his heavy taxation to fund an increasingly lavish court, and his apparent disregard for traditional baronial council had created a powder keg of aristocratic discontent. When Richard banished Henry Bolingbroke in 1398 following the dispute with Thomas Mowbray, Duke of Norfolk, and subsequently extended the exile from 6 years to life while seizing the entire Lancastrian inheritance, he provided the spark that would ignite this accumulated resentment. The speed with which support coalesced around Bolingbroke revealed the depth of opposition to Richard's rule. The Percys of Northumberland, the most powerful family in the north, immediately declared for the returning exile. Ralph Neville, Earl of Westmoreland, brought the crucial support of the northern marches. Most significantly, Edmund of Langley, Duke of York and Richard's own uncle, abandoned his nephew's cause and opened the gates of England to the Lancastrian claimant. When Richard returned from his Irish campaign in late August 1399, he found himself commanding a kingdom that had already transferred its allegiance to his cousin. The mechanics of Richard's deposition established precedents that would prove deeply problematic for future monarchs. Parliament's role in legitimising the transfer of power created an uncomfortable tension between divine right and parliamentary authority. Henry Bolingbroke's claim rested on multiple foundations, none entirely convincing. He asserted his right through conquest, through parliamentary recognition, and through a dubious genealogical argument that Edmund Crouchback, Earl of Lancaster, had been the elder brother of Edward I rather than the younger. This last claim was historically false, but it served to buttress what was essentially a successful usurpation with a veneer of hereditary legitimacy. The deposition proceedings in Westminster Hall on September 30th, 1399 followed careful choreography designed to minimise the appearance of naked force while maximising legal justification. Richard was presented with a lengthy list of charges including perjury, persecution of his subjects, and violation of his coronation oath. The king's apparent abdication, read aloud to the assembled parliament, provided the necessary legal fiction for a peaceful transition. However, the document's authenticity remained questionable, and Richard's subsequent imprisonment and death at Pontefract Castle in February 1400 ensured that questions about the legitimacy of Lancastrian rule would persist. Henry IV's reign was immediately beset by challenges that demonstrated the fragility of his position. The Percy family, whose support had been crucial to his success, soon turned against their former ally when Henry proved reluctant to grant them the autonomy and rewards they expected. Owain Glyndwr's rebellion in Wales, beginning in 1400, created a persistent drain on royal resources and provided a rallying point for those who questioned Lancastrian legitimacy. The revolt of Harry Hotspur and the Earl of Northumberland in 1403 brought civil war directly to English soil, culminating in the Battle of Shrewsbury, where the king's forces narrowly prevailed against the Percy coalition. These early rebellions established patterns that would characterise the entire Lancastrian period. The dynasty's questionable origins meant that every noble grievance carried the potential for armed resistance. Henry IV's paranoia about potential claimants led to the execution of Richard le Scrope, Archbishop of York in 1405, an act that brought papal censure and further undermined royal authority. The king's declining health in his later years, possibly due to a skin condition that contemporaries interpreted as divine punishment for his usurpation, created additional instability as court factions manoeuvred around the increasingly incapacitated monarch. The accession of Henry in 1413 initially appeared to resolve many of these legitimacy issues through the simple expedient of military success. The new king's personality combined genuine piety with ruthless pragmatism, creating a formidable combination that temporarily unified the English nobility behind a common cause. Henry's careful preparation for the renewal of the 100 Years' War demonstrated both strategic acumen and an understanding of how foreign conquest could deflect domestic tensions. The campaign that culminated in the Battle of Agincourt on October 25, 1415, represented the high water mark of Lancastrian prestige. Henry's army, reduced by disease and exhaustion to perhaps 8,000 men, faced a French force that may have numbered 25,000. The muddy field outside the village of Agincourt became a killing ground, where English longbowmen and men-at-arms systematically destroyed the flower of French chivalry. The Constable of France, the Marshal of France, and dozens of great nobles perished in the mud, their elaborate armour proving more hindrance than protection in the churned earth of the battlefield. The victory's psychological impact exceeded even its strategic significance. Henry had demonstrated that English arms remained supreme, validating his dynasty's claim to rule through divine favour manifest in military success. The subsequent conquest of Normandy between 1417 and 1419 seemed to confirm that the Lancastrian monarchy enjoyed heaven's blessing. The Treaty of Troyes in 1420, which recognised Henry as heir to the French throne and regent of France during Charles VI's lifetime, represented the zenith of English territorial expansion in France. However, these triumphs carried within them the seeds of future disaster. The financial cost of maintaining English garrisons throughout Normandy and northern France placed enormous strain on royal revenues. Parliamentary grants, while generous during the flush of victory, proved insufficient for the long-term occupation of hostile territory. The English position in France required constant military pressure to maintain, creating a cycle of expensive campaigns that gradually exhausted the kingdom's resources. Henry's death at Vincennes on August 31, 1422, at the age of 35, shattered the Lancastrian edifice at its moment of greatest apparent strength. The king succumbed to dysentery while besieging Meaux, leaving behind an infant son barely 9 months old. The dual monarchy that Henry had created through conquest and diplomacy now faced the unprecedented challenge of minority rule in both England and France simultaneously. The regency arrangements established for Henry VI's minority reveal the fundamental weakness of Lancastrian power structures. Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, Henry V's youngest brother, claimed the regency by right of birth but found his authority challenged by the royal council dominated by Henry Beaufort, Bishop of Winchester. This division between Gloucester and Beaufort would define English politics for the next 2 decades, creating factional divisions that gradually paralysed effective government. Gloucester's aggressive personality and his marriage to Jacqueline of Hainault created additional complications by involving England in continental disputes beyond the already challenging French War. His intervention in the Low Countries during the early 1420s dissipated English resources while alienating potential allies, particularly Philip the Good, Duke of Burgundy, whose support was crucial for maintaining the English position in France. Meanwhile, Beaufort's control of royal finances through his position as Chancellor and his personal wealth as England's richest ecclesiastic gave him enormous influence over policy. The Cardinal's loans to the Crown, totalling tens of thousands of pounds, made him indispensable to royal administration while creating potential conflicts of interest. His moderate approach to French policy, favouring negotiated settlements over continued military expansion, directly contradicted Gloucester's bellicose instincts. The young Henry VI's personality began to manifest itself as he approached majority, revealing characteristics that would prove catastrophic for effective kingship. Contemporary accounts describe a monarch of genuine piety but complete lack of political acumen. Henry's horror of violence, while admirable in moral terms, rendered him incapable of the decisive action that medieval kingship demanded. His tendency toward mental absence, possibly early manifestations of the hereditary madness that would later incapacitate him completely, became apparent to courtiers during the 1430s. The king's minority coincided with a fundamental shift in the balance of power in France. Charles VII's coronation at Reims in 1429, orchestrated by Joan of Arc, provided the Valois monarchy with renewed legitimacy and popular support. The systematic recovery of French territories accelerated after the Congress of Arras in 1435, where Philip of Burgundy abandoned his English alliance in favour of reconciliation with the French crown. This diplomatic revolution left England isolated in France, holding only Calais and scattered Norman strongholds. The loss of Paris in 1436 marked the beginning of the end for English ambitions in France. The capital's fall demonstrated that the dual monarchy created by Henry V had become unsustainable without Burgundian support and adequate financial resources. English commanders like John Talbot, Earl of Shrewsbury, fought with desperate courage to maintain their positions, but individual heroism could not compensate for strategic disadvantage and insufficient reinforcement. The financial implications of these military reverses created a vicious cycle that accelerated English decline. Parliamentary reluctance to grant taxation for what appeared to be a losing cause reduced available resources for defence, while military defeats made future parliamentary support even less likely. The sale of crown lands to finance immediate military needs mortgaged future royal income, creating long-term fiscal weakness that would plague the monarchy for decades. By the 1440s, the English position in France had contracted to a few coastal enclaves and scattered inland fortresses. The great conquests of Henry V, which had seemed to validate Lancastrian legitimacy, had become expensive liabilities that drained royal resources without providing compensating advantages. The nobility that had profited from French campaigns during the 1410s and 1420s found their investments in Norman and Gascon estates increasingly worthless as French recovery accelerated. The marriage negotiations between Henry VI and Margaret of Anjou in 1444 represented a final attempt to salvage English interests through diplomacy rather than force. The proposed union promised to bring peace with France, while providing England with a queen whose family connections might stabilise the English position. However, the terms of the marriage treaty, particularly the cession of Maine to Charles VII, provoked fierce opposition from the war party led by Gloucester and created new factional divisions within the English nobility. The marriage of Henry VI to Margaret of Anjou in April 1445 at Titchfield Abbey marked what many contemporaries hoped would be a turning point in England's fortunes. The 15-year-old French princess brought with her not only the promise of peace with France, but also a formidable political intelligence that would soon reshape the dynamics of English court politics. Margaret possessed the decisive temperament that her husband so conspicuously lacked, yet her foreign birth and the controversial terms of her marriage treaty immediately made her a lightning rod for noble discontent. The secret clause agreeing to surrender Maine to Charles VII remained hidden from Parliament and the broader nobility until 1446, when its revelation sparked outrage among those who had invested heavily in the French territories. Richard, Duke of York, who held extensive lands in Normandy and had served as the king's lieutenant in France, found himself particularly affected by this diplomatic capitulation. The Duke's military reputation, earned through competent if unremarkable service in the Norman campaigns, positioned him as a natural focal point for opposition to what many perceived as a humiliating retreat from England's rightful French inheritance. York's political position derived from multiple sources of strength that made him uniquely dangerous to the Lancastrian establishment. His descent from Edward III through both paternal and maternal lines provided him with arguably superior hereditary claims to the throne compared to Henry VI's descent through the usurper Henry IV. The Duke's vast estates, concentrated in Wales, the Welsh Marches and Ireland, generated revenues that rivaled those of the Crown itself. His network of retainers and affinity, built through decades of careful patronage and military service, extended throughout England and provided him with potential military resources that exceeded those available to most other nobles. The factional struggle that had defined the minority years between Humphrey of Gloucester and Henry Beaufort evolved during the 1440s into a broader conflict over the direction of royal policy. Edmund Beaufort, Duke of Somerset and nephew of the late Cardinal, emerged as the leading figure in what became known as the Court Party. Somerset's influence derived partly from his family's long association with the Lancastrian dynasty and partly from his personal relationship with Queen Margaret, who found in him a more reliable ally than the increasingly erratic Gloucester. The rivalry between York and Somerset encompassed both personal animosity and fundamental disagreements over policy. Somerset advocated for accommodation with France and concentration on domestic governance, while York maintained that English honour and interests demanded continued resistance to French encroachment. Their competing approaches to the Irish problem further exacerbated tensions, with York favouring direct military intervention against Gaelic resurgence, while Somerset preferred diplomatic solutions that required fewer resources. The death of Humphrey of Gloucester in February 1447, occurring just days after his arrest on charges of treason, eliminated York's most prominent ally among the royal family and left him increasingly isolated within the court hierarchy. Contemporary chroniclers recorded widespread suspicions that Gloucester had been murdered, though modern historians generally accept that the Duke died of natural causes, possibly a stroke brought on by the stress of his arrest. Regardless of the actual cause, Gloucester's death removed a significant obstacle to Somerset's dominance, while simultaneously creating a martyrdom narrative that York's supporters would exploit in future propaganda campaigns. The final collapse of English power in Normandy during 1449 to 1450 provided the catalyst that transformed factional rivalry into open political crisis. The French offensive, launched in response to English violations of the truce, swept through Norman strongholds with devastating efficiency. Rouen fell in October 1449 after a siege of just 3 weeks, followed by the systematic reduction of English garrisons throughout the duchy. The speed of the collapse reflected not only French military superiority, but also the demoralisation of English forces who had received inadequate supplies and reinforcements for months. Somerset's role as the king's lieutenant in France during this debacle made him a natural target for those seeking to assign blame for the disaster. His decision to abandon Rouen without a prolonged siege, while militarily sensible given his limited resources, appeared to many contemporaries as cowardly capitulation. The Duke's subsequent retreat to Caen, where he concentrated his remaining forces, did little to restore confidence in his leadership. When Caen itself fell in July 1450, Somerset's military reputation lay in ruins alongside English ambitions in France. The financial cost of the Norman disaster compounded its political implications. Parliament's reluctance to grant taxation for what appeared to be hopeless military ventures left the crown virtually bankrupt. The sale of crown jewels and the mortgaging of royal estates provided temporary relief, but at the cost of long-term fiscal stability. Royal household expenses, which had expanded dramatically during the early years of Henry VI's personal rule, consumed an ever larger proportion of available revenue while providing diminishing returns in terms of political support. Popular discontent with royal policy erupted into open rebellion during the summer of 1450, when Jack Cade led a formidable force of Kentish commons towards London. Cade's rebellion differed significantly from earlier popular uprisings in its sophisticated political programme and its apparent connections to disaffected members of the nobility. The rebels' demands included the removal of corrupt ministers, the return of York from Ireland, where he'd been serving as lieutenant, and fundamental reforms to royal administration. The royal response to Cade's rebellion revealed the weakness of Lancastrian authority. Henry VI's flight from London to Kenilworth Castle abandoned the capital to the rebels, who occupied the city for several days while systematically hunting down unpopular ministers. The execution of James Fyans, Lords Say and Seeley, the king's treasurer, demonstrated the rebels' determination to exact vengeance on those they held responsible for England's misfortunes. Only the rebels' own excesses and the promise of royal pardons eventually dispersed the uprising, but the damage to royal prestige proved irreparable. York's return from Ireland in September 1450 occurred against this backdrop of military defeat, financial crisis, and popular rebellion. The Duke's decision to land at Beaumaris in Wales, rather than proceeding directly to court, suggested careful calculation rather than impulsive action. His subsequent march through Wales and the Welsh Marches allowed him to gather supporters while demonstrating his ability to command significant military resources. By the time York reached London, he commanded a force of several thousand armed retainers that made him impossible to ignore. The Duke's initial demands focused on administrative reform rather than dynastic claims. York called for Somerset's removal from office, the punishment of those responsible for the loss of France, and fundamental changes to royal financial administration. His petition to the king, delivered in formal parliamentary language, carefully avoided any direct challenge to Henry VI's authority, while making clear that significant changes were necessary to restore effective governance. Henry VI's response to York's challenge revealed the king's fundamental inability to navigate complex political situations. Rather than attempting to mediate between competing factions or asserting royal authority decisively, Henry vacillated between contradictory policies that satisfied no one. His initial agreement to consider York's demands, followed by his apparent reversal under Somerset's influence, created an impression of weakness and indecision that encouraged further challenges to royal authority. The political crisis deepened during the winter of 1450 to 1451 as York's supporters in Parliament pressed for Somerset's impeachment while the court party rallied to defend the Duke. The parliamentary sessions became increasingly acrimonious as competing factions traded accusations of treason and corruption. York's ability to command significant support among the Commons, particularly from members representing constituencies affected by the French disasters, demonstrated that his challenge to Somerset enjoyed broader backing than mere noble faction. Somerset's counter-offensive during 1451 involved systematic attempts to undermine York's power base through manipulation of local offices and judicial proceedings. The court party's control of royal patronage allowed them to reward supporters while punishing York's allies through selective prosecution and administrative harassment. This campaign of political warfare escalated tensions throughout the kingdom as local disputes became entangled with national factional conflict. The birth of Edward of Westminster in October 1453 fundamentally altered the political landscape by providing the Lancastrian dynasty with a direct heir for the first time since Henry VI's own birth 31 years earlier. The prince's arrival strengthened Queen Margaret's position at court while simultaneously intensifying York's sense of urgency regarding his own dynastic claims. If Henry VI died without issue, York's position as heir presumptive would have provided him with powerful leverage in any political settlement. The existence of a Lancastrian heir eliminated this possibility and made any future confrontation a zero-sum contest for the throne itself. However, the circumstances surrounding Prince Edward's birth coincided with a catastrophic development that overshadowed even this dynastic milestone. In August 1453, Henry VI suffered a complete mental breakdown that left him catatonic and unresponsive to external stimuli. The king's condition, which contemporaries described as a sudden and thoughtless sickness, rendered him incapable of recognising even his closest advisors or responding to questions about government business. The royal physicians, led by the king's personal doctor Master Marshal, proved helpless to treat Henry's condition. Contemporary medical understanding attributed such afflictions to imbalances in bodily humours or divine punishment for sin, neither of which suggested effective therapeutic interventions. The king's symptoms, which included periods of complete immobility and apparent unconsciousness, bore striking similarities to the mental illness that had periodically incapacitated his maternal grandfather, Charles VI of France, suggesting a hereditary component to the condition. The constitutional crisis precipitated by Henry's incapacity had no clear precedent in English law. Unlike the well-established procedures for royal minorities, the kingdom lacked formal mechanisms for dealing with an adult king who remained physically alive but mentally incompetent. The royal council found itself governing in the name of a monarch who could neither consent to nor understand the decisions being made in his name, creating a legal vacuum that threatened the foundations of royal authority. Queen Margaret's attempts to assert regency rights on behalf of her infant son met fierce resistance from the nobility, who viewed such an arrangement as unprecedented and potentially dangerous. The Queen's French birth and her association with the unpopular peace policies made her particularly unsuitable as a regent in the eyes of many nobles. Her youth, lack of experience in English government, and gender all counted against her in a political culture that associated effective rule with masculine authority and native birth. The parliamentary session that convened in February 1454 faced the unprecedented task of establishing a regency government while the king remained alive but incapacitated. The debates over the forms such a government should take revealed deep divisions within the nobility about the proper constitutional response to the crisis. Somerset supporters argued for a minimal regency that would preserve royal prerogatives until the king's recovery, while York's faction demanded comprehensive reforms that would address the administrative failures of the previous decade. The appointment of Richard, Duke of York, as Protector of the realm in March 1454 represented a compromise that satisfied neither faction completely. York's elevation to the Protectorate provided him with the authority he had long sought to implement his reform programme, but the limitations placed on his power prevented him from making the fundamental changes he believed necessary. The Protectorate was explicitly temporary, designed to last only until the king's recovery or the majority of Prince Edward, whichever came first. York's reform programme as Protector focused primarily on financial administration and the elimination of corruption in royal government. His appointment of his own supporters to key administrative positions, including the replacement of Somerset's allies in the Treasury and Chancery, represented a systematic attempt to break the court party's control over royal patronage. The new Protector's efforts to audit royal finances revealed the extent of the fiscal crisis, with royal debts exceeding annual revenues by substantial margins. The Protector's attempts to address the kingdom's financial problems through administrative efficiency rather than increased taxation reflected both practical necessity and political calculation. Parliament's reluctance to grant new taxes while the kingdom's military position continued to deteriorate made revenue increases unlikely, forcing York to seek savings through reduced expenditure and improved collection of existing revenues. His success in reducing household expenses and eliminating some of the most egregious examples of administrative waste provided tangible evidence of his competence, while highlighting the previous government's failures. York's Protectorate achieved considerable success in restoring administrative order and reducing the most egregious examples of governmental corruption, but these reforms could not address the fundamental tensions that had brought England to the brink of civil war. The Duke's systematic replacement of Somerset's supporters with his own adherents created a new network of patronage that merely substituted one faction for another rather than eliminating factional politics entirely. His efforts to recover crown lands that had been granted away during the previous decade met fierce resistance from beneficiaries who had invested heavily in their acquisitions and viewed any attempt at recovery as theft of legitimately acquired property. The Protector's foreign policy initiatives proved equally contentious, particularly his attempts to negotiate a more favourable settlement with France while simultaneously strengthening English defences in Calais and Gascony. York's appointment of his ally Richard Neville, Earl of Warwick, as captain of Calais provided the Duke with a crucial strategic foothold, while demonstrating his commitment to maintaining England's remaining continental possessions. Warwick's aggressive patrolling of the English Channel and his attacks on French and Flemish shipping generated substantial revenues through prize money, while asserting English naval supremacy in the narrow seas. The financial benefits of Warwick's naval operations helped alleviate some of the Crown's fiscal difficulties, but they also risked provoking renewed conflict with France, at a time when England could ill afford another military campaign. The Earl's capture of a Flemish fleet carrying substantial quantities of salt in early 1454 netted the Crown several £1,000s in prize money, while simultaneously antagonising Philip of Burgundy, whose subjects had suffered the losses. Such incidents highlighted the delicate balance between aggressive assertion of English interests and the practical limitations imposed by the kingdom's weakened position. Henry VI's sudden recovery from his mental illness in late December 1454 shattered the fragile stability that York's protectorate had achieved. The king's return to consciousness occurred with startling abruptness, as if awakening from a deep sleep rather than emerging gradually from mental incapacity. Contemporary accounts describe Henry's apparent confusion about the passage of time and his shock at learning of his son's birth, suggesting that his memory of the previous 18 months remained largely absent. The king's first coherent act was to demand an explanation for Somerset's imprisonment and to order his immediate release, demonstrating that his political preferences had not altered during his illness. York's position became untenable once Henry resumed active kingship, as the legal foundation for the protectorate evaporated with the king's recovery. The Duke's attempts to maintain his reforms and retain his supporters in key administrative positions met immediate resistance from the restored monarch, who viewed these arrangements as usurpations of royal prerogative. Somerset's return to court within days of his release from the Tower of London signalled the complete reversal of York's policies and the restoration of the court party's dominance. The speed with which Henry VI dismantled York's achievements revealed the fundamental weakness of any reform programme that depended solely on temporary authority rather than permanent constitutional change. The king's immediate restoration of Somerset to royal favour, despite the Duke's responsibility for the French disasters, demonstrated Henry's inability to learn from past mistakes or to recognise the political realities that had necessitated York's protectorate. The royal decision to resume the expensive court ceremonies and lavish household expenditures that York had curtailed showed similar disregard for the kingdom's precarious financial position. Somerset's return to power was accompanied by a systematic purge of York's appointees that eliminated any lingering influence the Duke might have retained within royal administration. The court party's control of the Great Seal, the Treasury and the Chancery allowed them to reverse York's administrative reforms while rewarding their own supporters with the offices and grants that had been recovered during the Protectorate. This wholesale reversal of personnel created a cadre of displaced officials whose loyalty to York was strengthened by their shared experience of dismissal and whose local influence remained substantial despite their loss of central authority. The political tension generated by these reversals was exacerbated by increasingly personal animosity between York and Somerset that transcended mere policy disagreements. The two dukes' rivalry had evolved from professional competition into mutual hatred that made any compromise or accommodation impossible. Somerset's public humiliation during his imprisonment in the Tower had created a thirst for revenge that coloured all his subsequent dealings with York's faction, while the Duke of York viewed Somerset's restoration as a direct threat to his own survival and that of his supporters. Queen Margaret's role in these developments became increasingly prominent, as she emerged as Somerset's most reliable ally and York's most implacable enemy. The Queen's French birth and her association with the unpopular surrender of Maine had initially made her a liability for the court party, but her fierce protection of her son's inheritance transformed her into a formidable political force. Margaret's intelligence and determination provided the court party with decisive leadership that Henry VI's passive temperament could not supply, while her maternal instincts gave her political activities an emotional intensity that purely factional considerations lacked. The Queen's understanding of English politics remained limited by her foreign upbringing and her relative inexperience with the complex web of noble relationships that dominated court life. Her tendency to view political opposition in personal terms led her to treat York's faction as enemies of her family, rather than legitimate participants in political discourse. This approach intensified existing tensions, while making the kind of face-saving compromises that might have diffused the crisis increasingly difficult to achieve. The military preparations that both factions began during the spring of 1455 reflected their recognition that political competition was evolving into armed confrontation. York's withdrawal to his stronghold at Sandal Castle in Yorkshire provided him with a secure base from which to coordinate with his allies, while demonstrating his ability to command substantial military resources. The Duke's letters to potential supporters throughout England emphasised his loyalty to the crown while simultaneously calling for the removal of evil counsellors who had led the king astray, a formulation that allowed recipients to support York while maintaining their allegiance to Henry VI. Somerset's counter-preparations involved strengthening royal castles throughout the realm, while attempting to isolate York's supporters through judicial proceedings and administrative pressure. The court parties' control of the royal seal allowed them to issue commissions of array that theoretically gave them legal authority to raise troops, but their actual ability to command military service depended on the personal loyalty of individual nobles rather than abstract constitutional principles. The fact that many magnates remained uncommitted to either faction suggested that the kingdom's political elite recognised the dangers inherent in the developing crisis while remaining uncertain about how to prevent its escalation. The Neville family's decision to support York proved crucial in transforming a dispute between individual nobles into a broader factional conflict with genuine military potential. Richard Neville, Earl of Salisbury, brought to York's cause not only his own substantial resources, but also the support of his son Richard, Earl of Warwick, whose position as Captain of Calais provided access to experienced soldiers and substantial financial resources. The elder Neville's long-standing rivalry with the Percy family in northern England added a regional dimension to the conflict that extended beyond the immediate dispute between York and Somerset. The Percy-Neville feud exemplified the way in which local disputes could become entangled with national political conflicts to create explosive combinations of personal and ideological grievances. The two families had competed for dominance in Northumberland and Cumberland for generations, with each successive dispute adding new layers of resentment to an already complex web of mutual antagonism. Henry Percy, Earl of Northumberland, viewed the Nevilles' support for York as an opportunity to settle old scores, while simultaneously demonstrating his loyalty to the Lancastrian dynasty that had elevated his family to prominence. The judicial proceedings that both factions initiated during the spring of 1455 revealed their attempts to legitimise their military preparations through legal means. York supporters in Parliament pressed for new investigations into the loss of France and the mismanagement of royal finances, while Somerset's allies responded with accusations of treason against those who questioned royal policy. These competing legal strategies reflected the participants' recognition that public opinion remained important, even as they prepared for armed confrontation, but they also demonstrated the breakdown of normal political processes that had previously contained such disputes. The Great Council, summoned to meet at Leicester in May 1455, represented Henry VI's attempt to resolve the crisis through traditional means of aristocratic consultation, but the location chosen for the assembly revealed the court party's determination to exclude York's faction from meaningful participation. Leicester's position in the English Midlands made it easily accessible to royal supporters while requiring York's allies to travel through potentially hostile territory to attend. The king's decision to bring a substantial military escort to what was ostensibly a peaceful assembly further suggested that accommodation rather than confrontation was not the primary objective. York's response to the Leicester summons demonstrated his recognition that attendance would likely result in his arrest and possible execution, while refusal to appear would provide Somerset with legal justification for military action against him. The Duke's decision to march south with a substantial force of armed retainers represented a calculated gamble that military strength could achieve the political objectives that legal proceedings had failed to secure. His letters to Henry VI protesting his loyalty while simultaneously demanding Somerset's removal maintained the fiction that his quarrel was with evil counsellors, rather than the crown itself. The royal party's departure from Westminster toward Leicester on May 20th, 1455, marked the point of no return in the developing crisis. Henry VI's escort included Somerset, Northumberland, and Thomas Clifford, along with several hundred armed retainers whose presence transformed what might have been a peaceful journey into a military expedition. The king's apparent acceptance of his advisers' assurances that York could be dealt with decisively revealed his continued inability to grasp the seriousness of the political situation or the military capabilities of his opponents. The convergence of the two forces near St Albans on the morning of May 22, 1455, occurred almost by accident as both parties sought to avoid the confrontation that their actions had made inevitable. The town's position astride the Great North Road made it a natural stopping point for travellers between London and the Midlands, while its substantial market square and numerous inns provided accommodation for larger parties. Neither side had initially intended St Albans as a battlefield, but the narrow streets and confined spaces of the medieval town would soon channel their confrontation into England's first pitched battle in over 30 years. The physical layout of St Albans created tactical challenges for both armies that would significantly influence the course of the fighting. The town's main street ran roughly north to south, with the imposing Abbey Church dominating the eastern side and a series of inns and merchant houses lining the western approach. The royal forces arriving from the south established their position in the market square, with Somerset's men holding the Cock Inn while Northumberland's retainers occupied the Castle Inn across the street. This deployment gave them control of the town centre, but left them vulnerable to attacks from multiple directions if York's forces could penetrate the perimeter defences. York's army, approaching from the north, initially found their advance blocked by hastily constructed barricades that the royal forces had erected across the main street. These obstacles, consisting of overturned carts, wooden stakes, and piled stones, were more symbolic than militarily effective, but they served to channel any attack into predictable avenues that the defenders could cover with crossbow fire. The Duke's initial attempts to negotiate a peaceful resolution founded on Somerset's refusal to consider any terms that did not include York's unconditional surrender, a demand that would have meant certain death for the Duke and his principal supporters. The battle itself began around 10 o'clock in the morning, when York's patience with fruitless negotiations finally expired, and he ordered his men to assault the barricades. The initial attacks along the main street met fierce resistance from Somerset's crossbowmen, who had positioned themselves in the upper stories of the inns and could direct plunging fire into the narrow confines of the roadway. Several of York's retainers fell in these first exchanges, their bodies creating additional obstacles for those following behind, while demonstrating the effectiveness of the defensive positions. Warwick's decisive intervention came when he led a flanking force through the gardens and back alleys that ran parallel to the main street, emerging into the market square behind the royal positions in a manoeuvre that transformed the tactical situation completely. The Earl's intimate knowledge of St Albans, gained during previous visits to the town, allowed him to navigate the maze of medieval streets and emerge at precisely the point where his attack would have maximum impact. His men's sudden appearance in the defenders' rear created panic among the royal forces, who found themselves caught between Warwick's assault and York's renewed pressure along the main street. Somerset's death occurred during the confused fighting that erupted once Warwick's flanking attack had broken the royal defensive line. The Duke, recognising that his position had become untenable, attempted to rally his men for a fighting withdrawal toward the Abbey, where the sacred precincts might provide sanctuary. His efforts to maintain order among his increasingly demoralised followers made him a conspicuous target for York's men, who recognised that eliminating the court party's military leadership would end organised resistance. Contemporary accounts describe Somerset falling beneath multiple wounds from bills and swords, his elaborate armour proving insufficient protection against the concentrated attacks of determined enemies. The deaths of Henry Percy, Earl of Northumberland, and Thomas Clifford followed quickly upon Somerset's fall, as the collapse of organised resistance led, to a general massacre of the court party's leadership. Northumberland's attempt to escape through the narrow streets surrounding the abbey ended when pursuing Yorkists cornered him in a blind alley, where his advanced age and heavy armour made effective resistance impossible. Clifford's death occurred in the market square itself, where his efforts to protect the king's person brought him into direct contact with York's most experienced soldiers, men whose loyalty to their lord was matched by their professional competence in close combat. Henry VI's capture represented the culmination of York's military success and the complete vindication of his decision to resort to armed force, rather than accept exclusion from royal councils. The king's physical presence in York's hands provided legal cover for all subsequent actions, while simultaneously demonstrating the hollowness of Somerset's assurances that royal authority could protect the court party from their enemies. Henry's apparent wound, suffered when an arrow grazed his neck during the fighting, served to emphasise his vulnerability, while creating a powerful symbol of the violence that political competition had unleashed. The immediate aftermath of the battle saw York's men systematically hunting down surviving members of the court party, while securing control of the town and its approaches. The Duke's orders to spare common soldiers while pursuing nobles and gentlemen reflected both practical military considerations and the personal nature of the conflict that had brought England to civil war. The relatively small number of total casualties, estimated at fewer than 100 dead, demonstrated that this had been a political rather than a military encounter, designed to eliminate specific individuals rather than destroy enemy forces comprehensively. The political settlement that emerged from the First Battle of St Albans proved as unstable as the circumstances that had created it. York's military victory had eliminated his most dangerous enemies and placed Henry VI under his direct control, but the Duke's attempts to transform battlefield success into lasting political dominance revealed the limitations of force as a tool of governance. The Parliament that assembled in July 1455 dutifully endorsed York's actions and granted him a second protectorate. But this legal vindication masked deeper problems that would soon resurface with devastating consequences. The deaths of Somerset, Northumberland and Clifford had created a power vacuum that their heirs were determined to fill, with interest compounded by desire for vengeance. Henry Beaufort, the new Duke of Somerset, inherited not only his father's titles and estates, but also his bitter enmity toward York and all his works. Henry Percy, the new Earl of Northumberland, brought to his family's traditional rivalry with the Nevilles the additional motivation of avenging his father's death at Yorkist hands. John Clifford, who succeeded to his father's barony, would prove even more implacable in his hatred of York's family, earning the sobriquet the Butcher through his systematic pursuit of revenge against those responsible for his father's death. York's second protectorate, lasting from July 1455 until February 1456, achieved even less than his first tenure in the office. The Duke's awareness that his position depended entirely on the king's continued incapacity made him reluctant to implement the sweeping reforms that England's situation demanded. His cautious approach to administrative change reflected his understanding that any significant alterations to governmental structure would require Henry VI's active consent, something that the king's periodic returns to lucidity made increasingly unlikely. The Protector's efforts to strengthen England's military position through improved training and equipment for local militias met resistance from nobles who viewed such measures as preparations for renewed civil conflict. Henry VI's recovery from his second bout of mental illness in February 1456 followed the same pattern as his previous restoration, with the king immediately demanding explanations for York's actions and expressing bewilderment at the deaths of his former councillors. The monarch's apparent inability to remember or understand the political circumstances that had necessitated armed intervention suggested that his mental condition, while improved, remained fundamentally unstable. His immediate restoration of favour to the surviving members of the court party, particularly Queen Margaret, demonstrated that his political judgment had not improved during his illness. The Queen's emergence as the effective leader of the Lancastrian cause marked a fundamental shift in the nature of English political conflict. Margaret's French upbringing had provided her with a more sophisticated understanding of factional politics than her husband possessed. While her fierce maternal instincts gave her a personal stake in the struggle that transcended mere political calculation, her recognition that York's ultimate objective must be the throne itself, regardless of his protestations of loyalty, led her to adopt an uncompromising approach that made any peaceful resolution increasingly unlikely. Margaret's establishment of an alternative court at Coventry during 1456 created a parallel power structure that effectively divided England between competing sources of authority. The Queen's Court attracted those nobles whose loyalty to the Lancastrian dynasty outweighed their concerns about effective governance, while York's continued presence in London provided a focal point for those who prioritised administrative competence over dynastic legitimacy. This geographical separation reflected deeper divisions within the English nobility that would prove impossible to bridge through traditional means of aristocratic consultation. The financial resources that both factions devoted to military preparation during 1457 and 1458 demonstrated their recognition that the St Albans settlement had merely postponed rather than resolved their fundamental disagreements. York's control of his Welsh estates provided him with substantial revenues that he invested in weapons, armour, and the training of his retainers, while his alliance with the Nevilles gave him access to the profits from Warwick's naval operations in the English Channel. The Queen's faction relied heavily on loans from Italian bankers and the resources of nobles whose lands lay in the traditionally Lancastrian strongholds of the north and west. The Loveday ceremony at St Paul's Cathedral in March 1458 represented a final attempt to resolve the crisis through traditional medieval rituals of reconciliation. The elaborate procession that saw York and Queen Margaret walking hand in hand to the cathedral, followed by the Nevilles and their Percy enemies in apparent amity, created a powerful visual symbol of restored harmony that contemporary chroniclers recorded with evident relief. The financial compensation that York's faction agreed to pay for the reconstruction of St Albans Abbey and the endowment of masses for the souls of those killed in the battle provided concrete evidence of their desire for genuine reconciliation. However, the Loveday's carefully choreographed symbolism could not address the fundamental incompatibility between the faction's ultimate objectives. York's insistence that his actions had been justified by Somerset's misgovernment directly contradicted the court party's position that any armed resistance to royal authority constituted treason, regardless of its stated motivations. The financial arrangements agreed upon during the ceremony placed substantial burdens on York's resources, while providing his enemies with additional funds for military preparation, creating perverse incentives that encouraged rather than discouraged future conflict. The breakdown of the Loveday settlement became apparent within months of its conclusion, as both factions resumed their military preparations with renewed intensity. The Queen's success in securing French financial support for her cause provided her with resources that exceeded those available to York, while also confirming Yorkist propaganda about her foreign loyalties. Margaret's negotiations with Charles VII included provisions for French military assistance in exchange for the return of Calais to French control, an arrangement that would have eliminated England's last significant continental possession, while providing her enemies with devastating propaganda material. The crisis that erupted in the autumn of 1459 began with a seemingly minor dispute over the appointment of a new sheriff in Warwickshire, but quickly escalated into a confrontation that would determine the future of the English monarchy. The court party's attempt to install their own candidate in this crucial Midlands county threatened to isolate York's strongholds in Wales from his Neville allies in the north, while simultaneously providing the Queen's forces with a strategic base from which to threaten Yorkist communications. York's decision to contest this appointment through armed intervention demonstrated his recognition that political competition had evolved beyond the point where legal remedies remained viable. The royal army that assembled at Nottingham in September 1459 represented the most formidable military force that any English monarch had commanded for domestic purposes since the Norman conquest. Henry VI's presence at the head of approximately 25,000 men provided legal authority for military action against those who refused royal summons, while the participation of virtually every major noble family except the Yorkists and Nevilles demonstrated the breadth of support that the monarchy could still command when its very existence appeared threatened. The army's professional competence, enhanced by the inclusion of veterans from the French wars, made it a far more dangerous opponent than the hastily assembled forces that had fought at St Albans. York's response to this overwhelming display of royal power revealed both his military acumen and his recognition that direct confrontation would result in certain defeat. The Duke's decision to concentrate his forces at Ludlow Castle in Shropshire provided him with a defensible position, while keeping open his lines of retreat into Wales, where his extensive estates and loyal retainers offered the possibility of prolonged resistance. His summons to Warwick and Salisbury to join him with their northern levies represented a desperate gamble that combined Yorkist resources might prove sufficient to deter royal attack, or at least extract favourable terms for surrender. The march of the royal army from Nottingham toward Ludlow in early October 1459 took on the character of a royal progress as Henry VI received the submissions of local officials and accepted the renewed oaths of loyalty from nobles who had previously shown Yorkist sympathies. The king's apparent health and vigour during this campaign contrasted sharply with his previous periods of incapacity, while his presence at the head of such a formidable force seemed to demonstrate divine approval for his cause. The systematic way in which royal forces occupied strategic points along their line of march revealed careful planning that left York with increasingly limited options for manoeuvre. The confrontation at Ludford Bridge on October 12, 1459, represented the nadir of Yorkist fortunes as York's carefully assembled coalition disintegrated in the face of overwhelming royal superiority. The Duke's position behind the hastily constructed earthworks that protected the approaches to Ludlow appeared strong enough to withstand assault, but the moral authority that Henry VI's personal presence conferred on the royal army proved more devastating than any military stratagem. The defection of Andrew Trollope and the Calais garrison troops under his command eliminated York's most experienced soldiers while providing the royal forces with detailed intelligence about Yorkist defensive preparations. Trollope's betrayal occurred during the night of October 11th, 12, when the veteran captain led approximately 600 professional soldiers across the lines to join the royal army. His decision reflected both personal loyalty to the Lancastrian dynasty that had advanced his career and practical calculation about the likely outcome of any battle between such unequal forces. The loss of these experienced troops, many of whom had served with distinction in France, deprived York of the military backbone that might have allowed him to sustain a siege or conduct an orderly withdrawal under pressure. The Yorkist flight from Ludlow on the morning of October 12th marked the complete collapse of their military position and the apparent triumph of Lancastrian authority throughout England. York's escape into Wales with his second son Edmund, Earl of Rutland, while his eldest son Edward fled toward the Welsh coast, demonstrated the family's recognition that capture would mean certain death. Warwick and Salisbury's successful retreat to Calais provided the Yorkist cause with its only remaining stronghold, but their separation from York himself left the movement without unified leadership at its moment of greatest crisis. The sack of Ludlow that followed the Yorkist flight revealed the depth of popular resentment against York's policies and the extent to which his cause had become identified with narrow aristocratic interests rather than broader national concerns. The systematic looting of the town by royal forces, officially sanctioned as punishment for harbouring traitors, destroyed the accumulated wealth of a prosperous border community while demonstrating the Crown's determination to make examples of those who supported rebellion. The particular violence directed against York's personal property, including the destruction of his library and the desecration of family tombs, reflected the personal animosity that the conflict had generated. The Parliament that assembled at Coventry in November 1459 provided legal sanction for the military victory that royal forces had achieved at Ludford Bridge. The Acts of Attainder passed against York, his sons, and the Nevilles formally declared them traitors while confiscating their estates for the crown. The breadth of these confiscations, encompassing some of the richest lands in England, provided the monarchy with resources that might have solved its chronic financial problems, while simultaneously rewarding those nobles who had remained loyal during the crisis. The Queen's distribution of forfeited Yorkist estates to her supporters created new vested interests in the Lancastrian cause, while ensuring that any Yorkist restoration would require the displacement of those who had profited from their defeat. However, the apparent completeness of Lancastrian victory masked fundamental weaknesses that would soon become apparent as the exiled Yorkists began their campaign to recover their lost positions. The concentration of forfeited estates in the hands of court favourites created resentment among those nobles who had supported the crown but received no reward for their loyalty. The crown's inability to effectively administer the vast territories that had been confiscated meant that much of their potential revenue remained uncollected, while the displacement of established local officials created administrative chaos in crucial border regions. Warwick's position in Calais provided the Yorkist cause with a base from which to launch their recovery that proved far more valuable than the extent of the territory might suggest. The Earl's control of the narrow seas allowed him to disrupt French and Flemish commerce while generating substantial revenues through the systematic capture of merchant vessels. His recruitment of experienced soldiers from throughout Europe, financed by these maritime profits, created a professional military force that would prove decisive in future campaigns. The strategic importance of Calais as England's last continental possession also meant that any attempt to dislodge Warwick would require resources that the Crown could ill afford to divert from domestic concerns. The Earl's naval operations during the winter of 1459 to 1460 demonstrated both his tactical brilliance and his understanding of the economic foundations of political power. His capture of a Flemish salt fleet in January 1460 netted prize money worth several £1,000s, while simultaneously disrupting the vital trade connections between Flanders and France. The systematic way in which Warwick's ships patrolled the channel approaches to Calais made it virtually impossible for hostile forces to approach the fortress, while ensuring that friendly vessels could reach the harbour safely. His recruitment of experienced gunners from the Low Countries provided the Yorkist cause with artillery expertise that would prove crucial in future siege operations. York's exile in Ireland during this period allowed him to rebuild his political position through careful cultivation of Anglo-Irish nobles who had remained largely aloof from English factional conflicts. The Duke's previous service as Lieutenant of Ireland had created extensive networks of personal loyalty that survived his attainder, while his family's traditional role as protectors of English interests in Ireland gave him a natural constituency among the settler community. His success in securing formal recognition from the Irish Parliament as the rightful Duke of York demonstrated that Lancastrian authority did not extend effectively beyond the narrow seas. The coordination between York's Irish base and Warwick's Calais stronghold during the spring of 1460 revealed sophisticated planning that suggested the Yorkist cause retained far more vitality than its enemies had assumed. The exchange of letters between the exiled leaders, carried by merchants and pilgrims who could travel freely between Ireland, Calais and England, allowed them to synchronise their activities while avoiding the surveillance networks that the court party had established. Their ability to maintain regular communication across such distances demonstrated both the inadequacy of Lancastrian intelligence gathering and the extent to which commercial networks could be exploited for political purposes. Warwick's decision to launch his invasion of England in June 1460 reflected his assessment that Lancastrian authority had weakened sufficiently to make a restoration attempt viable. The Earl's landing at Sandwich on June 26th with a force of approximately 2,000 men represented a calculated gamble that popular support for the Yorkist cause had survived the disasters of the previous year. His immediate capture of the port's defences and his rapid advance toward Canterbury demonstrated both careful intelligence preparation and the willingness of local officials to cooperate with what they perceived as the winning side. The speed with which Warwick's small army grew as it marched through Kent towards London revealed the extent of popular discontent with Lancastrian rule and the effectiveness of Yorkist propaganda about royal misgovernment. The Earl's proclamations emphasising his loyalty to Henry VI, while demanding the removal of evil counsellors, provided a legal framework that allowed supporters to join his cause without explicitly committing treason. His promise to restore parliamentary government and eliminate the corruption that had characterised recent royal administration appealed to merchants and gentry whose economic interests had suffered under the court party's policies. The capture of London on July 2, 1460, provided Warwick with both a symbolic victory and access to the financial resources necessary to sustain a prolonged campaign. The city's gates opened without resistance as the mayor and aldermen calculated that cooperation offered better prospects for preserving their commercial interests than futile resistance to an apparently irresistible force. Warwick's careful protection of merchant property and his immediate confirmation of existing commercial privileges demonstrated his understanding that London's support would be crucial for any long-term political settlement. His occupation of the Tower of London provided him with both a secure base and access to the royal treasury, though the latter proved disappointingly empty after years of financial mismanagement. The royal army that assembled at Northampton under the nominal command of Henry VI represented the court party's last hope of crushing the Yorkist restoration before it could gain sufficient momentum to become unstoppable. The force of approximately 10,000 men included many veterans of the French wars, along with the personal retainers of nobles whose estates would be forfeit if the Yorkists achieved complete victory. The army's defensive position behind hastily constructed earthworks reflected both the commander's recognition that Warwick's forces included experienced professionals and their confidence that superior numbers would ultimately prevail in any prolonged engagement. The Battle of Northampton on July 10, 1460, demonstrated how quickly military situations could change when political loyalties remained uncertain and individual commanders pursued their own agendas rather than coordinating their efforts effectively. The Royal Army's strong defensive position behind trenches and stakes should have provided significant advantages against Warwick's smaller but more experienced force. However, the complexity of the command structure, with multiple nobles claiming authority over different contingents, created coordination problems that would prove fatal when the battle began. Edmund Grey, Lord Grey de Ruthin, held a crucial section of the royal defensive line with his personal retainers, men whose primary loyalty was to their immediate lord rather than to abstract concepts of dynastic legitimacy. Grey's secret negotiations with Warwick during the weeks preceding the battle had apparently resulted in an agreement to change sides at the crucial moment, though the exact terms of this arrangement remain unclear from surviving sources. His decision to order his men to lay down their weapons when Warwick's forces approached his section of the line created a gap in the royal defences that transformed the tactical situation completely. The collapse of the royal left wing following Grey's defection created panic throughout the Lancastrian army as soldiers realised that their defensive position had been compromised by treachery within their own ranks. The narrow confines of the battlefield, hemmed in by the River Nunny and the town walls of Northampton, prevented any organised withdrawal once the defensive line had been breached. The resulting massacre claimed the lives of several prominent Lancastrian nobles, including Humphrey Stafford, Duke of Buckingham, whose death eliminated one of the court party's most capable military commanders. Henry VI's capture during the confused fighting that followed the collapse of organised Lancastrian resistance provided Warwick with the ultimate prize that would legitimise all subsequent Yorkist actions. The king's presence in Warwick's hands meant that future military operations could be conducted under royal authority, while his apparent acquiescence to Yorkist demands suggested divine approval for their cause. Contemporary accounts describe Henry as remarkably calm during his capture, apparently accepting his change of circumstances with the same passive resignation that had characterised his response to previous political crises. The immediate aftermath of Northampton saw Warwick's forces systematically hunting down surviving Lancastrian commanders while securing control of the royal baggage train and its valuable contents. The Earl's orders to spare common soldiers while pursuing nobles reflected both practical military considerations and the personal nature of the conflict that had brought England back to civil war. His successful capture of the Great Seal provided him with the legal authority to issue royal writs and summon Parliament, while possession of the royal treasury, though depleted, gave him access to whatever financial resources remained under Crown control. Queen Margaret's escape from the battlefield with her young son Edward of Westminster ensured that the Lancastrian cause would survive, even if its immediate military position had become hopeless. The Queen's flight toward Wales, where Jasper Tudor, Earl of Pembroke, maintained a strong Lancastrian presence, demonstrated her determination to continue the struggle regardless of the odds against success. Her possession of the heir to the throne provided the foundation for future resistance, while ensuring that any Yorkist settlement would remain incomplete as long as she remained at liberty. The Parliament that assembled in London during October 1460 faced the unprecedented task of legitimising Warwick's military victory, while addressing the fundamental constitutional questions that the conflict had raised about the nature of royal authority and the succession to the throne. York's return from Ireland in early September had reunited the Yorkist leadership while raising expectations that the Duke would finally make explicit his claims to the throne that had been implicit in his actions for the previous decade. The careful choreography of his entry into London, with the royal arms displayed prominently on his banners and his sword borne upright before him in the manner of a king, suggested that the moment for half measures had passed. The Duke's formal claim to the throne, presented to Parliament on October the 10th, 1460, represented a fundamental escalation in the nature of the conflict that transformed what had been a dispute about governmental policy into an explicit contest for dynastic supremacy. York's genealogical argument, tracing his descent from Edward III through both his paternal line from Edmund of Langley, Duke of York, and his maternal inheritance from the Mortimer Earls of March, provided technically superior claim to that of Henry VI, whose title derived from the usurper Henry IV. The Duke's assertion that Henry VI's grandfather had unlawfully seized the throne from Richard II created a legal framework that called into question the legitimacy of the entire Lancastrian dynasty. The parliamentary debates that followed York's claim revealed deep divisions within the English nobility about the proper response to this unprecedented situation. The Duke's supporters argued that hereditary right superseded any consideration of established possession, while his opponents maintained that 60 years of Lancastrian rule had created prescriptive rights that could not be overturned without destroying the foundations of political stability. The complexity of the genealogical arguments involved meant that many members of Parliament lacked the expertise necessary to evaluate competing claims, while the political implications of supporting either side remained unclear. The Act of Accord, finally agreed upon on October 25, 1460, represented a compromise solution that satisfied neither faction completely, while creating new problems that would prove even more intractable than those it was designed to resolve. The agreement recognised Henry VI as lawful king for the remainder of his natural life, while designating York and his heirs as successors to the throne, effectively disinheriting Prince Edward of Westminster. This arrangement allowed Parliament to avoid the dangerous precedent of deposing a reigning monarch, while acknowledging the superior hereditary claims that York had presented. But it also created a situation in which the designated heir possessed greater political power than the nominal king. The financial provisions of the Act of Accord granted York an annual income of 10,000 marks, along with extensive estates in Wales and Ireland, making him the wealthiest subject in the realm while providing him with the resources necessary to maintain his position as heir apparent. These arrangements effectively reduced Henry VI to a ceremonial figurehead, while concentrating real power in York's hands, a distribution of authority that reflected the military realities created by Warwick's victory at Northampton, but which ignored the fundamental reality that Queen Margaret would never accept the disinheritance of her son. The Queen's rejection of the Act of Accord was both immediate and absolute, transforming what might have been a negotiated settlement into an irreconcilable conflict that could only be resolved through the complete destruction of one faction or the other. Margaret's establishment of a rival court at Hull during November 1460 provided the Lancastrian cause with an alternative source of authority that directly challenged the legitimacy of the London settlement. The Queen's success in attracting Scottish support for her cause, negotiated through her agents at the court of Mary of Guelders, provided her with military resources that compensated for her losses at Northampton while simultaneously raising the spectre of foreign intervention in English affairs. The terms of the Scottish alliance, which promised the return of Berwick upon Tweed in exchange for military assistance, demonstrated Margaret's willingness to sacrifice English territorial interests for short-term tactical advantage. The northern nobility's response to Margaret's appeal revealed the extent to which regional loyalties could override abstract constitutional considerations when family survival was at stake. Henry Percy, Earl of Northumberland, brought to the Queen's cause not only his family's traditional rivalry with the Nevilles, but also the military resources of the Percy affinity throughout Cumberland and Northumberland. John Clifford's participation in the Lancastrian revival carried particular significance, given his father's death at St Albans and his personal determination to exact vengeance against York's family. The systematic way in which these northern magnates mobilised their retainers demonstrated both their organisational competence and their recognition that compromise with the Yorkists had become impossible. York's decision to march north in December 1460 with a relatively small force of approximately 5,000 men reflected his underestimation of Lancastrian strength in their traditional heartlands and his overconfidence in the political settlement that Parliament had endorsed. The Duke's division of his forces, leaving Warwick to secure London while he dealt with northern resistance, revealed strategic thinking that prioritised political consolidation over military concentration. His establishment of a base at Sandal Castle near Wakefield provided him with a defensible position in familiar territory, but the fortress's isolation from potential reinforcement made it vulnerable to the kind of sustained siege that a superior enemy force could impose. The Lancastrian army that assembled around Wakefield during the final weeks of 1460 represented the most formidable military challenge that York had faced since the beginning of his political career. The combined forces of Somerset, Northumberland and Clifford, augmented by Scottish troops under the command of experienced border warriors, numbered approximately 15,000 men whose motivation derived from personal hatred as well as dynastic loyalty. The army's composition, heavily weighted towards northern retainers familiar with border warfare, gave it tactical advantages in the broken terrain around Wakefield that would prove decisive in the coming confrontation. The Battle of Wakefield on December 30th, 1460, began when York's forces emerged from the castle to engage what appeared to be a smaller Lancastrian detachment foraging in the surrounding countryside. The Duke's decision to abandon his defensive position reflected both his aggressive temperament and his apparent belief that Lancastrian morale remained fragile following their defeat at Northampton. However, the enemy force that York's men encountered represented only the advance guard of the much larger army that Somerset and his allies had carefully positioned to exploit exactly such an aggressive response. The tactical deployment that the Lancastrians had prepared transformed York's sortie into a carefully orchestrated ambush that demonstrated sophisticated military planning. The initial engagement drew York's forces away from the castle and into the broken ground, where hidden Lancastrian contingents could emerge from concealment to attack the Yorkist flanks and rear. The Duke's men found themselves surrounded by enemies whose superior numbers made organised resistance impossible, while the distance from Sandal Castle prevented any retreat to the safety of its walls. York's death during the confused fighting that followed the collapse of his tactical position eliminated the most experienced Yorkist commander and the man whose genealogical claims had provided the legal foundation for their cause. Contemporary accounts describe the Duke fighting desperately to reach his 17-year-old son Edmund, Earl of Rutland, whose youth and inexperience had made him a particular target for Lancastrian vengeance. The systematic way in which Clifford's men hunted down members of York's family during the battle demonstrated that this had become a war of extermination rather than political competition, with quarter neither asked nor given by either side. Edmund of Rutland's murder at the hands of John Clifford, occurring either during the battle itself or in its immediate aftermath, represented a deliberate escalation in the brutality that characterised this phase of the conflict. The young Earl's age and his minimal involvement in the political disputes that had led to war made his killing particularly shocking to contemporary observers, who viewed the deliberate targeting of children as a violation of the chivalric codes that were supposed to govern aristocratic warfare. Clifford's reported declaration that he was avenging his father's death at St Albans provided a personal motivation that transcended political calculation, suggesting that the cycle of revenge had acquired a momentum independent of strategic considerations. The ritualistic humiliation of York's corpse following the battle revealed the depth of personal hatred that the conflict had generated among the Lancastrian leadership. The placement of a paper crown on the Duke's severed head, accompanied by mocking references to his royal pretensions, demonstrated a level of vindictiveness that went far beyond military necessity. The public display of York's head on the walls of York City, along with those of Rutland and other prominent Yorkists, served both as a warning to potential rebels and as a symbol of Lancastrian resurgence that would resonate throughout the northern counties. However, the Lancastrian triumph at Wakefield created as many problems as it solved, particularly in terms of the succession crisis that York's death precipitated within the Yorkist camp. The Duke's eldest son Edward, Earl of March, inherited not only his father's titles and estates, but also his claim to the throne, creating a new focal point for Yorkist resistance that the Lancastrians would have to address. Edward's youth, at 18 years old, might have been expected to work against him, but his impressive physical presence and his demonstrated competence in military affairs made him a formidable successor to his father's political ambitions. Edward's position in the Welsh marches at the time of his father's death provided him with both immediate security and access to the military resources necessary to continue the Yorkist cause. His extensive estates in Herefordshire and the surrounding counties had been carefully cultivated during the previous decade to create networks of personal loyalty that survived the disaster at Wakefield. The March Lordship's traditional autonomy from central authority meant that royal writs carried less weight in these regions than personal relationships, giving Edward advantages that his enemies would find difficult to counter through legal or administrative means. The New Yorkist leader's first major challenge came from Jasper Tudor, Earl of Pembroke, whose Lancastrian forces in Wales threatened to eliminate Yorkist resistance in the region before it could consolidate around Edward's leadership. Tudor's army, composed primarily of Welsh levies supplemented by French and Irish mercenaries, represented a formidable force whose local knowledge and guerrilla tactics made it particularly dangerous in the broken terrain of the Welsh borders. The Earl's success in capturing several Yorkist strongholds during January 1461 demonstrated both his military competence and the fragility of Edward's position in his supposed heartland. The Battle of Mortimer's Cross on February 2, 1461, provided Edward with his first independent military victory and established his reputation as a commander capable of matching his father's strategic acumen with superior tactical execution. The young Earl's decision to give battle rather than retreat into the safety of his border castles reflected both personal courage and political calculation, recognising that any appearance of weakness would encourage further Lancastrian aggression. His army's position on rising ground overlooking the River Lugg provided defensive advantages that compensated for Tudor's superior numbers, while channeling any enemy attack into predictable avenues. The meteorological phenomenon that occurred before the battle, described by contemporary chroniclers as 3 suns appearing in the sky, provided Edward with a powerful propaganda tool that he exploited with remarkable sophistication. His interpretation of the parhelion as a divine sign favouring his cause, representing the Trinity's blessing on his claim to the throne, demonstrated both quick thinking and an understanding of how supernatural portents could influence medieval military morale. The adoption of the sun in splendour as his personal badge following the battle created a visual symbol that would become synonymous with Yorkist success and divine favour. The tactical execution of Edward's victory at Mortimer's Cross revealed military abilities that exceeded those that might have been expected from such a young commander. His use of archers positioned on the flanks of his main battle line to disrupt Tudor's advancing columns demonstrated sophisticated understanding of combined arms tactics, while his timing of the decisive cavalry charge showed both personal courage and strategic patience. The systematic pursuit of fleeing Lancastrian forces prevented any organised withdrawal and resulted in the capture or death of most of Tudor's senior commanders, effectively eliminating Welsh Lancastrian resistance for the immediate future. Jasper Tudor's escape from the battlefield ensured that Lancastrian resistance in Wales would continue, but his flight to Ireland with his young nephew Henry Tudor removed immediate threats to Edward's position while providing the Yorkist cause with breathing space to consolidate its gains. The capture of Owen Tudor, Henry VI's stepfather, during the pursuit following the battle provided Edward with a valuable prisoner whose execution would send a powerful message about the consequences of opposing Yorkist authority. The old Welshman's dignified acceptance of his fate, reportedly expressing surprise only that his head would lie on the same block that had supported a queen, demonstrated the personal courage that characterised participants on both sides of the conflict. The news of York's death at Wakefield reached Warwick in London during early January 1461, creating a crisis of leadership that threatened to destroy the Yorkist cause at its moment of apparent triumph. The Earl's position as the senior surviving Yorkist commander gave him both the authority and the responsibility to coordinate resistance to the Lancastrian resurgence, but his geographic separation from Edward's forces in Wales complicated any unified response to the multiple threats that now faced their cause. Warwick's decision to advance north with the forces available in London reflected both personal courage and strategic necessity, recognising that passive defence would allow the Lancastrians to consolidate their advantages. The Second Battle of St Albans on February 17, 1461, demonstrated how quickly military fortunes could change when commanders failed to adapt their tactics to changing circumstances or when political considerations interfered with sound military judgment. Warwick's army, positioned in strong defensive works north of the town, should have been able to repeat the success that Yorkist forces had achieved at Northampton through careful preparation and superior discipline. However, the Earl's decision to bring Henry VI with his army created complications that would prove decisive when the battle developed in unexpected directions. The Lancastrian approach to St Albans revealed tactical innovations that caught Warwick's forces unprepared for the kind of aggressive assault that Queen Margaret's commanders had planned. The Royal Army's use of the western approach to the town, avoiding the prepared defensive positions that Warwick had established along the northern roads, demonstrated both superior intelligence gathering and the kind of tactical flexibility that had been absent from previous Lancastrian operations. The coordination between different contingents of Margaret's army, each tasked with specific objectives in the overall assault plan, showed a level of military sophistication that Yorkist commanders had underestimated. The collapse of Warwick's left wing during the initial Lancastrian assault created a cascade of tactical problems that the Earl's reserves proved unable to address effectively. The innovative use of Burgundian handgunners by the Lancastrian forces, positioned to provide covering fire for advancing infantry, represented a technological advantage that Yorkist forces had not encountered in previous engagements. The psychological impact of these early firearms, combined with their practical effectiveness at close range, disrupted the disciplined formations that had given Warwick's men their tactical advantages in earlier battles. Henry VI's recapture by Lancastrian forces during the confused fighting that followed the collapse of organised Yorkist resistance provided Queen Margaret with both a symbolic victory and the legal authority necessary to legitimise her subsequent actions. The king's apparent relief at his liberation from Yorkist custody, whether genuine or performed for political effect, gave the Lancastrian cause a propaganda advantage that partially offset their previous military defeats. Contemporary accounts describe Henry's immediate restoration of royal favour to his Lancastrian supporters, suggesting either remarkable political resilience or complete detachment from the realities of his situation. Warwick's retreat from St Albans with the remnants of his army represented a significant tactical defeat, but not the strategic disaster that his enemies had hoped to achieve. The Earl's successful withdrawal toward the Cotswolds preserved the core of his military organisation, while keeping open his lines of communication with Edward's forces advancing from Wales. His decision to abandon London to the Lancastrians reflected both military necessity and a political calculation, recognising that the capital's loyalty depended primarily on which faction could provide security and commercial stability, rather than abstract dynastic considerations. The Lancastrian occupation of London following their victory at St Albans proved far more problematic than Queen Margaret's advisers had anticipated, revealing the extent to which the capital's commercial interests had diverged from traditional aristocratic loyalties. The city's reluctance to open its gates to the victorious royal army reflected both fear of military occupation and concern about the northern soldiers' reputation for indiscipline and violence. Margaret's negotiations with the mayor and aldermen, conducted from her camp at St Albans while her army remained outside the city walls, demonstrated her recognition that forced entry would damage her cause more than temporary exclusion. The financial demands that the Lancastrian army's presence imposed on the surrounding countryside created additional political problems that offset the military advantages of their recent victory. The systematic requisitioning of supplies from Hertfordshire and Middlesex communities, justified by military necessity but experienced as organised plunder, generated resentment among populations whose support would be crucial for any long-term political settlement. Contemporary chroniclers recorded numerous incidents of violence between northern soldiers and local civilians, creating a narrative of Lancastrian brutality that Yorkist propaganda would exploit effectively in subsequent campaigns. Edward's march from Wales towards London during February 1461 occurred against this backdrop of Lancastrian military success, tempered by political difficulties, creating opportunities that a more experienced commander might have missed. The young Earl's decision to advance directly toward the capital, rather than attempting to relieve Warwick's defeated forces, demonstrated both personal courage and strategic insight, recognising that control of London would provide greater advantages than tactical coordination with his allies. His army's growth as it moved through the Thames Valley revealed the extent to which local populations viewed the Yorkist cause as preferable to continued Lancastrian rule, particularly given the behaviour of Margaret's northern troops. The junction of Edward's and Warwick's forces at Chipping Norton in early March 1461 reunited the Yorkist leadership, while providing both commanders with the military resources necessary to challenge Lancastrian control of central England. The combined army that resulted from this merger numbered approximately 30,000 men, making it the largest force that any Yorkist commander had yet assembled. The diversity of its composition, including Welsh borderers, Kentish yeomen, London merchants and professional soldiers from Calais, demonstrated the breadth of support that Edward's cause had attracted, while creating command challenges that would test his leadership abilities. Edward's proclamation as King Edward IV at London on March 4, 1461, represented the logical culmination of the Yorkist challenge to Lancastrian legitimacy, while creating new political realities that would shape all subsequent military operations. The ceremony's location at Westminster Abbey, conducted by George Neville, Bishop of Exeter, provided religious sanction for what was essentially a revolutionary act. The participation of London's civic authorities in the coronation festivities demonstrated the capital's acceptance of the dynastic change, while providing Edward with the financial resources necessary to sustain his military campaigns. The new king's immediate preparations for a northern campaign reflected his understanding that military victory rather than constitutional theory would ultimately determine the success of his usurpation. The systematic recruitment of additional forces throughout southern England, financed by loans from London merchants and Italian bankers, demonstrated both Edward's organisational abilities and the confidence that commercial interests placed in his ultimate success. His appointment of experienced commanders to key positions within his army showed political acumen in balancing the competing claims of various noble factions while ensuring that military competence remained the primary consideration. The Lancastrian army that assembled in Yorkshire during March 1461 represented the most formidable force that the dynasty had fielded since the beginning of the civil wars, numbering perhaps 40,000 men drawn from the traditional strongholds of northern England and Scotland. The participation of Scottish troops under the command of experienced border warriors provided the royal army with professional military capabilities that complemented the enthusiasm of English levies fighting for their traditional allegiances. Queen Margaret's presence with the army, along with the young Prince Edward, gave the campaign a dynastic legitimacy that transcended mere political calculation. The strategic situation that developed as both armies converged on Yorkshire during late March 1461 created the conditions for the largest and most decisive battle of the entire conflict. Edward's advance northward, along the Great North Road, demonstrated his determination to bring the war to a conclusion through direct confrontation, rather than the prolonged manoeuvring that had characterised earlier campaigns. The Lancastrian decision to accept battle rather than retreat into Scotland reflected both confidence in their numerical superiority and recognition that continued flight would ultimately prove unsustainable. The Battle of Towton on March 29, 1461, occurred in conditions that tested the endurance and discipline of both armies, while creating tactical challenges that would determine not only the immediate outcome but the future direction of English monarchy. The blizzard that began during the early morning hours reduced visibility to a few yards, while creating treacherous footing on the snow-covered plateau between the villages of Towton and Saxton. The wind direction, blowing from the south directly into the faces of the Lancastrian army, provided Edward's archers with significant advantages that his commanders exploited with devastating effectiveness. The preliminary archery exchange that opened the battle demonstrated both the tactical sophistication of Edward's forces and the environmental factors that would shape the entire engagement. The Yorkist archers, positioned to take advantage of the prevailing wind, could achieve maximum range with their volleys while remaining largely immune to Lancastrian counterfire that fell short of its intended targets. The systematic way in which Edward's bowmen advanced their position after each volley, recovering Lancastrian arrows to supplement their own ammunition, showed both tactical innovation and the kind of professional competence that would characterise Yorkist military operations throughout the battle. The Lancastrian response to this archery bombardment revealed both the strengths and weaknesses of their military organisation, as individual contingents reacted according to their commanders' temperaments rather than coordinated battle plans. Henry Beaufort, Duke of Somerset, led his men in a desperate charge designed to close with the Yorkist archers before their volleys could inflict decisive casualties, but this piecemeal assault lacked the coordination necessary to achieve breakthrough against prepared positions. The broken ground between the two armies, made even more treacherous by snow and ice, disrupted Lancastrian formations while providing Yorkist defenders with natural obstacles that channeled enemy attacks into predetermined killing zones. The arrival of John Mowbray, Duke of Norfolk, with Yorkist reinforcements during the afternoon, transformed what had been a closely contested engagement into a decisive victory that would reshape English political geography for the next quarter century. Norfolk's forces, approaching the battlefield from the east, struck the Lancastrian left flank at the precise moment when Somerset's repeated assaults had exhausted his men's capacity for further offensive action. The psychological impact of this unexpected assault, combined with its tactical effectiveness, created panic throughout the Lancastrian army that rapidly spread from the threatened flank to the entire battle line. The massacre that followed the collapse of Lancastrian resistance exceeded in scale and brutality any previous engagement of the civil wars, as Yorkist forces systematically hunted down fleeing enemies across the snow-covered Yorkshire countryside. The bridge over Cock Beck, swollen by spring floods and blocked by the bodies of drowning men, became a particular scene of horror as desperate Lancastrians attempted to escape across the treacherous waters. Contemporary estimates of Lancastrian casualties range from 20 to 28,000 dead, figures that may have been exaggerated but which reflected the unprecedented scale of the slaughter that occurred during the pursuit. The deaths of so many prominent Lancastrian nobles during the battle and its aftermath eliminated an entire generation of aristocratic leadership, while creating a power vacuum in northern England that Edward would exploit to consolidate his authority. Henry Percy, Earl of Northumberland, died fighting desperately to protect the royal standard, his death ending a family tradition of border warfare that stretched back for centuries. Andrew Trollope, the experienced captain whose defection at Ludford Bridge had contributed to York's earlier defeat, fell during the pursuit, his professional competence proving insufficient against the overwhelming odds that Towton had created. Queen Margaret's escape from the battlefield with her son and a small group of loyal retainers ensured that Lancastrian resistance would continue despite the catastrophic military defeat, but her flight towards Scotland eliminated any immediate threat to Edward's consolidation of power in England. The systematic way in which Yorkist forces occupied Lancastrian strongholds throughout the north during the weeks following Towton demonstrated both the completeness of their victory and Edward's organisational abilities in exploiting military success for political advantage. The capture of York City, where the heads of Edward's father and brother had been displayed just 3 months earlier, provided powerful symbolism that resonated throughout England and beyond. Edward IV's triumphant entry into York on April 18, 1461, marked the effective end of organised Lancastrian resistance in England, while establishing the new king's authority throughout his realm. The ceremonial removal of the Yorkist heads from the city walls, followed by their respectful burial, demonstrated both personal devotion and political sophistication in transforming symbols of defeat into martyrdom, narratives that strengthened rather than weakened his cause. The systematic pardons granted to former Lancastrian supporters who submitted to royal authority revealed Edward's understanding that reconciliation rather than revenge would be necessary for long-term political stability. The administrative challenges that confronted Edward IV following his decisive victory at Towton required a delicate balance between rewarding loyal supporters and integrating former enemies into a stable governmental structure. The new king's youth, at barely 19 years old, made his reliance on experienced advisors inevitable. But the composition of his inner circle would prove crucial in determining the future direction of English politics. Richard Neville, Earl of Warwick, emerged as the dominant figure in Edward's early administration, his military reputation and political acumen making him indispensable during the critical period of dynastic transition. Warwick's influence extended far beyond his formal titles as Captain of Calais and Chamberlain of England, encompassing foreign policy, domestic administration, and the complex web of noble relationships that determined political stability. The Earl's vision for England's international position emphasised traditional alliances with Burgundy and aggressive assertion of English interests against France, policies that aligned with commercial preferences while appealing to aristocratic traditions of martial honour. His systematic cultivation of relationships with European courts, particularly the Burgundian territories that controlled crucial trade routes, demonstrated sophisticated understanding of how diplomatic success could reinforce domestic authority. The financial reconstruction of royal government presented immediate challenges that required both administrative competence and political sensitivity. Edward's inheritance included debts exceeding £100,000, along with a revenue system that had been severely disrupted by years of civil conflict. The systematic recovery of crown lands that had been granted away during the previous reign provided substantial additional income, but the process of resumption created tensions with nobles whose loyalty remained uncertain. Warwick's management of these delicate negotiations revealed both his political skills and his growing influence over royal policy. The Earl's personal relationship with Edward during these early years combined genuine affection with calculated political advantage, as the older man served simultaneously as mentor, ally, and potential rival. Warwick's guidance helped shape Edward's development as both king and military commander, while his extensive network of European contacts provided the diplomatic intelligence necessary for effective foreign policy. The systematic way in which the Earl positioned his relatives and supporters in key administrative positions created a power structure that served royal interests while simultaneously advancing Neville family ambitions. Edward's marriage became the focal point of increasingly serious disagreements between king and kingmaker as the question of dynastic alliance assumed greater political importance. Warwick's preference for a French marriage, specifically with Bona of Savoy, reflected his broader strategic vision of isolating Burgundy while securing English interests through continental diplomacy. The Earl's negotiations with Louis V of France during 1463 and 1464 progressed sufficiently that formal betrothal appeared imminent, creating expectations among European courts that would make any alternative arrangement politically embarrassing. The king's secret marriage to Elizabeth Woodville in May 1464 shattered these carefully constructed diplomatic arrangements, while revealing the fundamental limitations of Warwick's influence over royal decision-making. The ceremony at Grafton Regis, conducted with only the bride's immediate family present, demonstrated Edward's recognition that his choice would provoke fierce opposition from his principal advisor. Elizabeth's status as a widow with 2 young sons, her family's previous Lancastrian loyalties, and her relatively modest noble rank made her an unsuitable queen in the eyes of those who prioritised dynastic prestige over personal inclination. The political implications of Edward's marriage choice extended far beyond questions of diplomatic protocol or aristocratic precedence, fundamentally altering the balance of power within the Yorkist coalition that had brought him to the throne. Elizabeth's extensive family connections required systematic accommodation within the royal administration, creating new networks of patronage that competed directly with established Neville interests. The elevation of her father, Richard Woodville, Earl Rivers, to positions of significant authority challenged the monopoly that Warwick had previously enjoyed over access to royal favour. The systematic advancement of Woodville family members during 1465 and 1466 created a new court faction whose influence derived entirely from their relationship to the Queen rather than independent political or military achievements. Elizabeth's brothers, particularly Anthony Woodville, Lord Scales, received appointments and grants that established them as major figures in royal government, despite their youth and limited experience. The marriages arranged between Woodville relatives and established noble families redistributed aristocratic alliances in ways that undermined Warwick's carefully constructed political networks. The Earl's growing frustration with these developments manifested itself in increasingly public disagreements with royal policy, particularly regarding foreign relations and the distribution of royal patronage. Warwick's opposition to the Burgundian alliance that Edward negotiated during 1467 reflected both personal pique at his exclusion from diplomatic planning and genuine strategic concerns about England's international position. The commercial advantages that Burgundian friendship offered to English merchants conflicted with the Earl's preference for French alignment, creating tensions that extended beyond court politics into broader questions of national interest. The marriage alliance between Edward's sister Margaret and Charles the Bold of Burgundy, celebrated with unprecedented magnificence at Bruges in July 1468, represented the complete triumph of Woodville influence over foreign policy, while simultaneously demonstrating Warwick's political isolation. The Earl's absence from the wedding festivities, ostensibly due to illness but widely interpreted as deliberate snub, revealed the extent to which royal policy had diverged from his preferences. The substantial dowry that accompanied Margaret's marriage, funded through parliamentary grants that Warwick had opposed, illustrated how completely the king had rejected his former mentor's advice. Charles the Bold's personality and political ambitions created additional complications for English foreign policy that Warwick exploited in his criticism of the Burgundian alliance. The Duke's aggressive territorial expansion in the Low Countries and his conflicts with Louis V of France threatened to involve England in continental wars that could drain royal resources while providing minimal strategic advantage. Warwick's warnings about Burgundian unreliability, based on his extensive experience with European diplomacy, carried sufficient credibility to attract support from nobles who questioned the wisdom of abandoning traditional French connections. The domestic implications of foreign policy disagreements became apparent as Warwick began cultivating alternative sources of political support within England itself. His alliance with George, Duke of Clarence, Edward's younger brother, provided him with a potential alternative focus for dynastic loyalty, while exploiting the Duke's resentment at his exclusion from meaningful governmental responsibility. Clarence's personality combined genuine political ability with dangerous ambition and a sense of entitlement that made him receptive to suggestions that his talents deserved greater recognition than his brother had provided. The careful cultivation of Clarence's ambitions during 1467 and 1468 revealed Warwick's sophisticated understanding of how personal grievances could be transformed into political movements capable of challenging royal authority. The Earl's suggestions that Clarence might make a more suitable king than his brother appealed to the Duke's vanity while providing concrete objectives around which opposition to Edward's policies could coalesce. The systematic way in which Warwick presented evidence of royal ingratitude and misgovernment created a narrative framework that justified resistance to established authority. The marriage between Clarence and Isabel Neville, Warwick's elder daughter, in July 1469, represented the culmination of the Earl's efforts to create an alternative power structure within the royal family itself. The ceremony at Calais, conducted without royal permission and in defiance of Edward's explicit prohibition, demonstrated both Warwick's determination to proceed with his plans, regardless of royal opposition, and his confidence in his ability to protect his son-in-law from royal vengeance. The choice of Calais as the wedding location provided symbolic significance, while ensuring that the participants remained beyond the immediate reach of royal authority. The military preparations that accompanied these political manoeuvres revealed Warwick's recognition that armed confrontation would be necessary to achieve his objectives. The systematic recruitment of supporters throughout northern England, coordinated through his extensive network of retainers and local officials, created a formidable military organisation capable of challenging royal forces. His control of Calais provided access to professional soldiers and artillery that would prove crucial in any sustained conflict, while his naval supremacy in the English Channel ensured secure communications with potential continental allies. The rebellion that erupted in Yorkshire during June 1469 began with apparently spontaneous popular uprisings against royal taxation and administrative corruption, but the sophisticated coordination of these disturbances revealed careful planning by Warwick's agents. The insurgents' demands for the removal of evil councillors, particularly members of the Woodville family, echoed the propaganda themes that the Earl had been developing for months, while providing legal justification for armed resistance to royal policy. The rebels' adoption of the name Robin of Redesdale for their leader created deliberate parallels with earlier popular movements while obscuring the aristocratic direction of their activities. Edward's initial response to these northern disturbances demonstrated both his military confidence and his failure to recognise the extent of the conspiracy that threatened his authority. The king's decision to march north with a relatively small force, leaving the bulk of his army in the south under Pembroke and Devon, reflected his assumption that local disorders could be suppressed through the display of royal authority rather than sustained military operations. His apparent unawareness of Warwick's involvement in the rebellion revealed serious deficiencies in royal intelligence gathering that would prove nearly fatal to his cause. The Battle of Edgecote on July 26, 1469, demonstrated how quickly political situations could deteriorate when military incompetence combined with strategic miscalculation to create tactical disasters. The Royal Army under William Herbert, Earl of Pembroke, and Humphrey Stafford, Earl of Devon, should have possessed sufficient strength to crush the northern rebels, but personal animosity between the two commanders prevented effective coordination of their forces. Devon's withdrawal of his men on the eve of battle, following a dispute over lodging arrangements, eliminated crucial cavalry support while creating gaps in the royal battle line that rebel forces exploited with devastating effectiveness. Herbert's death during the confused fighting that followed the collapse of organised royal resistance eliminated one of Edward's most capable military commanders, while demonstrating the personal nature of the conflict that had developed between the king and his former supporters. The Earl's long service in Wales and his role in establishing Yorkist authority in that region made his loss particularly significant, both for its immediate military implications and its symbolic representation of how completely Edward's political coalition had fragmented. The systematic execution of captured royal commanders following the battle revealed the rebels' determination to eliminate potential sources of future resistance. Edward's capture near Olney, while attempting to retreat toward London, provided Warwick with the ultimate prize that legitimised all subsequent actions while placing the king entirely at his mercy. The circumstances of the royal capture, involving betrayal by supposedly loyal retainers who had been subverted through Neville Gold, demonstrated both the Earl's thorough preparation and the extent to which personal loyalty had eroded under pressure of competing interests. Edward's apparent calm during his detention reflected either remarkable self-control or recognition that resistance would prove futile given his isolated position. The systematic elimination of Woodville influence that followed Edward's capture revealed both Warwick's determination to reverse the policies of the previous 5 years and his understanding that half measures would prove insufficient to achieve lasting political change. The executions of Earl Rivers and his son John Woodville, conducted without trial or legal justification beyond military necessity, demonstrated the Earl's willingness to use terror as a political weapon while eliminating potential sources of future opposition. The confiscation of Woodville estates provided resources for rewarding Warwick's supporters, while simultaneously punishing those who had benefited from royal favour. However, Warwick's triumph proved far more fragile than its apparent completeness might have suggested, as the Earl discovered that controlling a captive king created as many problems as it solved. The legal fiction that Edward remained a free agent whose decisions reflected genuine royal will became increasingly difficult to maintain, as evidence of coercion became apparent to foreign observers and domestic critics. The king's obvious reluctance to endorse policies that contradicted his previous commitments undermined the legitimacy of Warwick's administration, while creating opportunities for loyalist resistance to develop. The popular disturbances that erupted throughout England during the autumn of 1469 reflected both genuine grievances against local officials and orchestrated resistance to Warwick's authority by those who remained loyal to Edward's cause. The Earl's inability to maintain public order without the king's active cooperation revealed the limitations of rule through coercion, while the systematic way in which loyalist propaganda portrayed him as a usurper and traitor eroded his political support among those who had initially welcomed his intervention. The financial costs of maintaining military forces sufficient to suppress multiple simultaneous rebellions strained even Warwick's substantial resources, while demonstrating the unsustainability of his position. Edward's restoration to apparent freedom in October 1469 represented Warwick's recognition that continued detention had become counterproductive, but the king's immediate resumption of independent policy-making revealed how little the Earl's dramatic intervention had actually achieved. The systematic reversal of Warwick's appointments and the restoration of Woodville influence demonstrated Edward's determination to resume the policies that had provoked the rebellion in the first place. The king's apparent forgiveness of those who had participated in his detention masked careful planning for eventual revenge against those who had humiliated royal authority. The uneasy reconciliation that characterised the winter of 1469 to 1470 satisfied neither party while creating conditions that made renewed conflict virtually inevitable. Warwick's retention of his major offices and estates provided him with the resources necessary for future resistance, while his obvious resentment at the failure of his coup attempt made him a continuing threat to royal authority. Edward's careful cultivation of alternative sources of military support, particularly his younger brother Richard, Duke of Gloucester, demonstrated his recognition that the Neville alliance had become irreparably damaged. The crisis that erupted in Lincolnshire during March 1470 provided the catalyst that transformed simmering tensions into open warfare, as both sides recognised that their fundamental disagreements could no longer be contained within the framework of normal political competition. The rebellion led by Sir Robert Wells appeared to be another manifestation of local grievances against royal taxation and administrative corruption, but Edward's intelligence network had identified Warwick's involvement in the conspiracy from its earliest stages. The king's decision to respond with overwhelming force reflected both his determination to crush potential resistance and his recognition that this represented a final test of royal authority. The Battle of Luscote Field on March 12, 1470, demonstrated Edward's evolution as a military commander capable of decisive action when political circumstances demanded immediate resolution of threats to his authority. The Royal Army's rapid advance from London caught the Lincolnshire rebels before they could coordinate with Warwick's forces, while Edward's personal leadership of the cavalry charge that broke enemy resistance showed both physical courage and tactical competence. The systematic pursuit of fleeing rebels revealed the king's determination to eliminate potential sources of future resistance while sending clear messages about the consequences of challenging royal authority. The discovery of Clarence's correspondence among the rebel baggage provided Edward with concrete evidence of his brother's treasonous activities, while simultaneously revealing the extent of Warwick's conspiracy against the crown. The Duke's letters, promising military support and financial assistance to the Lincolnshire rebels, demonstrated that the uprising had been coordinated from the highest levels of the nobility rather than representing genuine popular grievances. This evidence of aristocratic manipulation of local disorders provided Edward with legal justification for the harsh measures that would follow, while exposing the cynical nature of Warwick's political methods. Warwick's flight to France in April 1470, accompanied by Clarence and their immediate families, marked the complete breakdown of the relationship that had defined English politics for nearly a decade. The Earl's departure from Calais, the stronghold that had provided him with military and financial resources throughout his career, demonstrated his recognition that continued resistance from English bases had become impossible. His choice of Louis V's court as a destination for exile revealed both his desperation and his willingness to seek foreign assistance for domestic political objectives. The negotiations between Warwick and Louis the Maine during the summer of 1470 created one of the most unlikely alliances in medieval European politics, as the French king exploited English factional divisions to advance his own territorial ambitions. Louis's recognition that Warwick's restoration would require Lancastrian cooperation led to the extraordinary reconciliation between the Earl and Margaret of Anjou, mediated through complex diplomatic arrangements that satisfied neither party's preferences while serving French strategic interests. The terms of this alliance, including Warwick's acknowledgement of Henry VI's legitimacy and his daughter Anne's betrothal to Edward of Westminster, represented complete reversal of the political principles that had guided his entire career. Margaret of Anjou's acceptance of alliance with her former enemy demonstrated both her political realism and her determination to recover her son's inheritance, regardless of personal cost. The Queen's negotiations with Warwick, conducted through French intermediaries who guaranteed the terms of their agreement, revealed sophisticated understanding of how temporary cooperation could serve long-term dynastic interests. Her insistence that Warwick publicly acknowledge his previous errors while promising to restore all Lancastrian supporters to their former positions showed both political acumen and recognition that any settlement would require genuine reconciliation rather than mere tactical cooperation. The invasion force that assembled at Harfleur during September 1470 represented the culmination of months of careful preparation coordinated between French resources and English expertise. Warwick's knowledge of English coastal defences and his network of remaining supporters provided crucial intelligence for planning the landing, while French financial support ensured adequate supplies and equipment for sustained operations. The force's composition, combining French professionals with English exiles and Lancastrian loyalists created command challenges that would test the alliance's durability under the pressure of military operations. Edward IV's absence in the north, conducting operations against Scottish border raids, provided Warwick with a strategic opportunity that made his invasion feasible while demonstrating how external threats could be exploited for domestic political advantage. The king's commitment of substantial military resources to the Scottish campaign had weakened royal defences in precisely those areas where Warwick's local knowledge and remaining support made successful landing most likely. The systematic way in which Warwick's agents had prepared for the invasion, including the subversion of key officials and the stockpiling of weapons in secure locations, revealed months of careful planning that Edward's intelligence services had failed to detect. The landing at Dartmouth on September 13, 1470, achieved complete tactical surprise while demonstrating the effectiveness of Warwick's preparations and the weakness of royal coastal defences. The port's immediate surrender, accomplished without resistance from local officials who had apparently been subverted well in advance, provided the invasion force with secure base facilities while eliminating any possibility of early warning reaching royal forces in the north. Warwick's immediate proclamation of Henry VI's restoration and his systematic distribution of prepared propaganda materials revealed both political sophistication and recognition that popular opinion would prove crucial for long-term success. The speed with which Warwick's forces advanced toward London reflected both careful logistical preparation and the systematic collapse of royal authority, as local officials calculated that cooperation offered better prospects than futile resistance. The Earl's army grew substantially during its march through Devon and Somerset, as former Lancastrian supporters emerged from hiding, while opportunistic nobles sought to position themselves advantageously for the anticipated change of regime. The systematic way in which Warwick occupied strategic points along his line of advance prevented any organised resistance while demonstrating the thoroughness of his planning. John Neville's defection from Edward's cause during the crucial early stages of the crisis eliminated the king's most reliable military commander, while providing Warwick with access to substantial forces that had been positioned to defend royal interests. The Marquis of Montague's decision to abandon his brother Richard in favour of his brother Warwick reflected both family loyalty and political calculation about the likely outcome of the developing conflict. His control of northern military resources, combined with his intimate knowledge of royal strategic planning, made his betrayal particularly devastating to Edward's prospects for successful resistance. Edward's flight from England in October 1470, accompanied by a small group of loyal supporters including his youngest brother Richard and William, Lord Hastings, represented the complete collapse of Yorkist authority and the apparent triumph of the Warwick-Lancastrian alliance. The king's escape from Lynn aboard vessels provided by Flemish merchants demonstrated both his desperation and the continuing commercial connections that linked England to Burgundian territories. His arrival at the court of Charles the Bold provided him with sanctuary, while creating diplomatic complications that would influence the future development of the crisis. The restoration of Henry VI to active kingship on October 30th, 1470, marked the culmination of Warwick's extraordinary political revolution, while creating new challenges that would test the durability of his achievement. The ceremony at Westminster Abbey, conducted with appropriate religious solemnity despite the hurried circumstances, provided legal sanction for the dynastic reversal while demonstrating the Earl's determination to legitimise his actions through traditional constitutional forms. Henry's apparent bewilderment at his restoration, after 6 years of captivity and intermittent mental incapacity, raised immediate questions about his fitness for the demanding responsibilities that effective kingship required. The administrative challenges that confronted the restored Lancastrian government revealed both the complexity of medieval royal administration and the difficulties inherent in reversing nearly a decade of Yorkist policy. Warwick's attempts to integrate former enemies into governmental structures while simultaneously rewarding those who had supported the restoration created competing pressures that proved difficult to reconcile through traditional patronage mechanisms. The systematic reversal of Yorkist land grants and the restoration of Lancastrian supporters to their former estates generated legal complications that would require years to resolve while creating immediate tensions between competing claimants. The international implications of Henry VI's restoration created diplomatic opportunities that Warwick exploited to strengthen his domestic position while advancing broader strategic objectives. The renewal of traditional French alliance, formalised through treaties that Louis the Froward had been negotiating throughout the summer, provided the restored regime with crucial external support while threatening English commercial interests that depended on Burgundian cooperation. The systematic coordination between French and English diplomatic initiatives demonstrated the extent to which domestic political change had been integrated into broader European power struggles. Charles the Bold's response to Edward IV's exile revealed both his personal loyalty to his brother-in-law and his recognition that Warwick's success threatened Burgundian strategic interests throughout northwestern Europe. The Duke's provision of financial support and military advisors for Edward's eventual restoration attempt demonstrated sophisticated understanding of how English factional conflicts could be manipulated to advance Burgundian territorial ambitions. His coordination with other opponents of French expansion, particularly the Holy Roman Emperor and various Italian states, created a broader coalition that would prove crucial for Edward's ultimate success. The military preparations that both sides undertook during the winter of 1470 to 1471 reflected their recognition that the political settlement achieved through Warwick's coup would ultimately require validation through armed conflict. The restored Lancastrian government's efforts to secure key fortifications while recruiting additional forces revealed both the fragility of their position and their determination to prevent any Yorkist restoration. The systematic placement of reliable commanders in crucial strongholds demonstrated Warwick's understanding that military control would prove more decisive than popular support in determining the ultimate success of Henry VI's restoration. However, the Earl's efforts to consolidate his position faced immediate challenges from the inherent contradictions within the Lancastrian-Neville alliance and the persistent loyalty that many nobles maintained toward Edward IV despite his apparent defeat. The restored government's attempts to reconcile competing claims to estates and offices created administrative chaos that undermined effective governance while providing opportunities for Yorkist agents to exploit divisions within the ruling coalition. Edward IV's preparations for his return from Burgundian exile during the early months of 1471 benefited enormously from Charles the Bold's systematic support and the intelligence networks that Yorkist sympathisers had maintained throughout England despite Warwick's purges. The Duke's provision of ships, artillery and professional soldiers transformed what might have been a desperate gamble into a carefully planned military operation with realistic prospects for success. The coordination between Burgundian diplomatic initiatives and Edward's invasion planning demonstrated sophisticated understanding of how external pressure could complement internal subversion to destabilise the restored Lancastrian regime. The invasion force that departed from Vlissingen on March 11th, 1471, represented a remarkable concentration of military expertise and political determination that reflected both Edward's personal growth as a commander and the international support that his cause had attracted. The fleet of 36 vessels carried approximately 1,500 men, including Flemish handgunners, German artillery specialists, and English exiles whose knowledge of local conditions would prove crucial during the landing phase. Edward's decision to risk everything on this single throw of the dice demonstrated both desperation and confidence that his support within England remained sufficient to sustain a restoration attempt. The landing at Ravensbourg on March 14, 1471, deliberately echoed Henry Bolingbroke's return from exile in 1399, providing symbolic continuity with the last successful overthrow of an English monarch, while suggesting that divine providence favoured legitimate claimants over usurpers. Edward's initial proclamation that he sought only the restoration of his Duchy of York rather than the crown itself provided legal cover for those who wished to support him without immediately committing treason against Henry VI. This carefully crafted ambiguity allowed potential supporters to test the strength of Edward's position before making irreversible commitments to his cause. The response that Edward's landing generated throughout Yorkshire revealed the complex interplay between personal loyalty, local interests, and national politics that characterised provincial reactions to dynastic change. The major towns initially refused to open their gates to the returning exile, but their reluctance reflected caution rather than active hostility toward his cause. The systematic way in which Edward's agents had prepared for his return, including the stockpiling of weapons and the cultivation of key local officials, became apparent as his small army began to attract recruits from the countryside surrounding his traditional strongholds. John Neville's position as the dominant military figure in northern England created the most immediate threat to Edward's restoration attempt. But the Marquis of Montague's response to his brother's return revealed the personal tensions that complicated political calculations throughout the crisis. Neville's substantial army, positioned at Pontefract to block Edward's advance southward, possessed sufficient strength to crush the invasion force before it could gather momentum, yet his failure to attack immediately suggested either strategic miscalculation or reluctance to engage in fraternal combat. The complex negotiations that occurred between the two forces during their confrontation near Tadcaster demonstrated how family relationships could override political commitments, even in the midst of civil war. Edward's march southward through the Midlands during late March 1471 transformed his desperate invasion into an increasingly credible restoration attempt as local support materialised and Lancastrian resistance failed to coalesce effectively. His entry into Nottingham on March 23rd provided symbolic significance, while demonstrating that royal authority in the provinces remained fragile despite Warwick's apparent control of central government. The systematic way in which Yorkist supporters emerged from hiding as Edward's army passed through their localities revealed both the persistence of dynastic loyalty and the inadequacy of Warwick's efforts to eliminate potential sources of opposition. The junction with William, Lord Hastings, and his substantial force of retainers near Leicester provided Edward with the military reinforcement necessary to challenge Warwick's position, while demonstrating the effectiveness of the networks that Yorkist agents had maintained throughout the period of exile. Hastings's loyalty during Edward's darkest hour, combined with his organisational abilities and his extensive connections throughout the Midlands, made his support particularly valuable for both its immediate military implications and its broader political significance. The systematic recruitment of additional forces that followed this reunion revealed how quickly momentum could shift when local magnates calculated that supporting the returning king offered better prospects than continued allegiance to an unstable regime. Warwick's strategic position during the final weeks of March 1471 appeared strong enough to contain Edward's challenge, but the Earl's failure to coordinate effectively with other Lancastrian commanders revealed the fundamental weaknesses that had plagued the restored government from its inception. His army at Coventry numbered approximately 7,000 men, including experienced soldiers who had served throughout the civil wars, yet his reluctance to give battle when Edward appeared before the city walls suggested either tactical caution or recognition that his political support remained fragile. The complex manoeuvring that characterised this phase of the campaign demonstrated how military considerations had become subordinated to broader questions about the sustainability of competing political settlements. The arrival of George, Duke of Clarence, with his substantial retinue at Banbury on April 3rd, 1471, represented the most dramatic reversal of allegiances during the entire campaign and effectively sealed Warwick's fate by eliminating his most important ally while providing Edward with crucial military reinforcement. Clarence's decision to abandon his father-in-law reflected both personal calculation about the likely outcome of the developing conflict and genuine recognition that his long-term interest lay with his brother, rather than with the increasingly desperate Lancastrian cause. The public reconciliation between the royal brothers, conducted with appropriate ceremony to emphasise dynastic unity, provided powerful propaganda that undermined Warwick's claims to represent legitimate authority. the strategic implications of Clarence's defection extended far beyond the immediate military advantages that his forces provided to Edward's cause, fundamentally altering the political dynamics that had sustained Warwick's rebellion and the Lancastrian restoration. The Duke's intimate knowledge of Warwick's plans and dispositions provided Edward with intelligence that proved crucial in the final stages of the campaign, while his defection demonstrated to uncommitted observers that the Earl's cause had lost momentum. The systematic way in which other nobles began to calculate their positions, following Clarence's example, revealed how quickly political coalitions could disintegrate when their fundamental assumptions were challenged by changing circumstances. Edward's triumphant entry into London on April 11, 1471, marked the effective restoration of Yorkist authority throughout southern England, while providing access to the financial resources and symbolic legitimacy necessary for the final confrontation with Warwick's forces. The city's enthusiastic reception of the returning king contrasted sharply with the cautious neutrality that had characterised its response to the Lancastrian restoration, demonstrating how commercial interests had calculated that Yorkist rule offered better prospects for trade and prosperity. The systematic occupation of key governmental buildings and the restoration of Edward's supporters to their former positions revealed both careful planning and recognition that administrative continuity would prove crucial for long-term stability. Henry VI's recapture during Edward's occupation of London eliminated the legal fiction that had sustained Warwick's authority, while providing the restored Yorkist regime with the ultimate symbol of legitimacy. The former king's apparent relief at his change of circumstances, whether genuine or performed for political effect, suggested that his brief restoration had been as much an ordeal as his previous captivity. The systematic reversal of Lancastrian appointments and the restoration of Yorkist administrative structures demonstrated Edward's determination to eliminate any lingering sources of opposition, while rewarding those who had remained loyal during his exile. The Battle of Barnet on April 14, 1471, occurred under meteorological conditions that would prove decisive in determining both the tactical development of the engagement and its ultimate outcome. The thick fog that shrouded the battlefield from dawn until mid-morning reduced visibility to a few yards, while creating opportunities for the kind of tactical confusion that could transform apparent advantages into devastating defeats. Edward's army, numbering approximately 9,000 men, faced Warwick's force of similar size in conditions that made coordinated manoeuvre virtually impossible, while placing premium on individual unit cohesion and the personal leadership qualities of senior commanders. The preliminary deployment of both armies revealed sophisticated tactical planning that took account of the limited visibility, while positioning forces to exploit anticipated enemy movements. Edward's decision to place his most reliable troops under his personal command in the centre of his battle line reflected both military prudence and recognition that his presence would prove crucial for maintaining morale during what promised to be a closely contested engagement. Warwick's corresponding arrangement, with his brother John Neville commanding the left wing while he retained personal control of the centre, demonstrated similar understanding of how leadership visibility could influence the outcome of battles fought in such challenging conditions. The opening phases of the battle demonstrated how fog could create tactical opportunities for aggressive commanders, while simultaneously generating the kind of confusion that could rapidly spiral beyond any leader's ability to control. The Lancastrian right wing under John de Vere, Earl of Oxford, achieved initial success against Lord Hastings's division, driving the Yorkist left back in disorder and capturing substantial numbers of prisoners. However, Oxford's pursuit of his advantage carried his men too far from the main battle line, creating gaps in the Lancastrian position that Edward's forces would eventually exploit, while simultaneously removing Oxford's troops from the decisive phase of the engagement. The tactical confusion that developed as Oxford's men attempted to rejoin the main battle demonstrated how meteorological conditions could transform military advantages into catastrophic disadvantages through simple misidentification of friendly forces. The Earl's troops, returning from their successful pursuit with captured Yorkist banners, were mistaken for enemy reinforcements by their own comrades, who opened fire with crossbows and handguns before the error could be corrected. This fratricidal exchange not only caused substantial casualties among some of Warwick's best troops, but also created panic throughout the Lancastrian army, as rumours spread that they had been betrayed by their own commanders. John Neville's death during the confused fighting that followed this breakdown of Lancastrian coordination eliminated Warwick's most experienced subordinate, while demonstrating the personal costs that characterised aristocratic participation in civil warfare. The Marquess of Montague's fall, struck down by multiple wounds while attempting to rally his demoralised men, ended a military career that had spanned more than a decade of almost continuous conflict. His loss deprived Warwick of both tactical expertise and emotional support at the moment when both would prove most crucial for salvaging anything from the developing disaster. Warwick's own death occurred during the final stages of the battle as the Earl attempted to reach his horse and escape the field when organised resistance had clearly become impossible. His decision to fight on foot, in accordance with his pledge to share his men's dangers, prevented the kind of rapid withdrawal that might have saved his life when the tactical situation deteriorated beyond recovery. The systematic pursuit by Yorkist forces, determined to eliminate the man who had twice challenged royal authority, ensured that no quarter would be offered to the Earl, whose political ambitions had precipitated years of civil conflict. The immediate aftermath of Barnet saw Edward's forces systematically hunting down surviving Lancastrian commanders while securing control of the battlefield and its valuable contents. The king's orders to spare common soldiers while pursuing nobles reflected both practical military considerations and the personal nature of the conflict that had brought England back to civil war. The recovery of Warwick's body, found among the heaps of slain near the centre of the battlefield, provided tangible proof of the Earl's death while eliminating any possibility that rumours of his survival might sustain continued resistance to Yorkist authority. Margaret of Anjou's landing at Weymouth on the same day that Warwick died at Barnet created an extraordinary coincidence that demonstrated both the former Queen's determination to continue the struggle and the inadequacy of her intelligence about the military situation in England. Her small army, numbering perhaps 4,000 men including French professionals and Lancastrian exiles, represented the final hope for Henry VI's dynasty, while simultaneously highlighting the isolation that years of defeat had imposed on the Lancastrian cause. The systematic coordination between her landing and Warwick's campaign, planned months in advance but disrupted by the rapid pace of military events, revealed both the complexity of late medieval logistics and the fragility of political coalitions that depended on precise timing. Edward's immediate response to news of Margaret's arrival demonstrated both his military competence and his recognition that decisive action would be necessary to prevent the consolidation of renewed Lancastrian resistance in the west. The king's forced march from London toward the Severn Valley, covering more than 100 miles in less than 2 weeks, revealed both the physical endurance of his troops and the organisational efficiency that characterised Yorkist military operations. His systematic recruitment of additional forces during this advance, particularly from the Welsh marches where Yorkist influence remained strong, provided him with numerical superiority while demonstrating the breadth of support that his restoration had attracted. The strategic situation that developed as both armies converged on the 7 crossing points created tactical challenges that would determine not only the immediate military outcome, but the future of the Lancastrian dynasty itself. Margaret's attempt to cross the river and join with Jasper Tudor's forces in Wales represented her recognition that prolonged resistance would require secure bases beyond Edward's immediate reach. The systematic way in which Yorkist forces occupied potential crossing points revealed both careful intelligence work and understanding of how geographical constraints could be exploited to force decisive engagements under favourable conditions. The Battle of Tewkesbury on May 4th, 1471, occurred on terrain that provided significant advantages to Edward's army, while demonstrating how tactical competence could overcome numerical equality when combined with superior morale and leadership. The battlefield's position between the river Swilgate and broken ground, studded with hedges and ditches, created natural obstacles that channeled Lancastrian attacks while providing Yorkist defenders with prepared positions from which to repel assault. Edward's deployment of his forces, with strong reserves positioned to exploit any breakthrough opportunities, revealed both personal military development and the institutional learning that characterised Yorkist tactical doctrine. The opening phase of the battle demonstrated how artillery had begun to influence late medieval warfare, as Edward's Burgundian gunners provided covering fire that disrupted Lancastrian formations before they could close with Yorkist infantry. The systematic coordination between different weapon systems, including longbows, crossbows and early firearms, revealed tactical sophistication that exceeded anything achieved during earlier engagements of the civil wars. The psychological impact of these weapons, combined with their practical effectiveness at medium range, created moral advantages that proved as important as their physical damage in determining the battle's outcome. Edmund Beaufort, Duke of Somerset, led the decisive Lancastrian assault with characteristic personal courage but inadequate tactical support, as the broken terrain prevented effective coordination between different contingents of Margaret's army. His charge against Edward's centre achieved initial penetration of the Yorkist line, but lacked the sustained pressure necessary to exploit temporary advantages against prepared defenders. The systematic counterattack that Edward personally led not only restored his original position, but created opportunities for the kind of aggressive pursuit that had characterised his most successful military operations throughout his career. The death of Edward of Westminster during the confused fighting that followed the collapse of organised Lancastrian resistance eliminated the last direct male heir of the Lancastrian dynasty, while providing Edward IV with the ultimate vindication of his restoration. The young prince's fall, whether during the battle itself or in its immediate aftermath, ended nearly 2 decades of civil conflict by removing the final, alternative focus for dynastic loyalty. Contemporary accounts differ regarding the specific circumstances of his death, but the political implications remained clear regardless of tactical details. Margaret of Anjou's capture following her army's defeat provided Edward with both a valuable prisoner and a powerful symbol of Yorkist triumph over the dynasty that had challenged their authority for more than a decade. The former queen's dignified acceptance of her fate, maintained throughout her subsequent captivity, demonstrated both personal courage and recognition that further resistance had become impossible. Her systematic exclusion from any meaningful political role following Tewkesbury eliminated the final source of Lancastrian leadership while ensuring that no alternative focus for opposition to Yorkist rule could develop. The systematic execution of captured Lancastrian nobles following Tewkesbury demonstrated Edward's determination to eliminate potential sources of future resistance, while simultaneously revealing the increasingly ruthless character that civil warfare had imposed on English political culture. The deaths of Somerset and other prominent commanders, conducted despite their sanctuary in Tewkesbury Abbey, showed both practical military considerations and deliberate policy designed to prevent any revival of Lancastrian opposition. These executions, while militarily effective, created precedents for the kind of systematic elimination of political opponents that would characterise later phases of the dynastic conflict. Henry VI's death in the Tower of London on May 21, 1471, occurred under circumstances that remain controversial, but at which served Edward's political interests by eliminating the final alternative source of royal legitimacy. The former king's demise, officially attributed to melancholy but widely suspected to have resulted from more direct causes, removed any possibility that future Lancastrian resistance could rally around his person. The systematic way in which news of his death was managed, including immediate burial and the circulation of prepared explanations, revealed both governmental competence and recognition that public opinion would prove crucial for long-term political stability. The restoration of royal authority throughout England during the summer of 1471 demonstrated Edward's evolution as both military commander and political administrator, as he systematically addressed the challenges that had precipitated the previous decade of civil conflict. His comprehensive pardons for those who had supported Warwick and the Lancastrian restoration, combined with selective punishment of the most prominent leaders, revealed sophisticated understanding of how reconciliation and retribution could be balanced to achieve lasting political settlement. The systematic restoration of displaced Yorkist supporters to their former positions, accompanied by careful integration of former enemies who demonstrated genuine submission, created administrative structures that would prove remarkably durable throughout the remainder of his reign. The financial reforms that Edward implemented during his second reign reflected both lessons learned from previous administrative failures and recognition that royal solvency would prove crucial for preventing future challenges to his authority. His systematic recovery of crown lands that had been granted away during periods of political weakness provided substantial additional revenue while demonstrating royal determination to rebuild the material foundations of monarchical power. The establishment of more efficient collection procedures for traditional sources of income, combined with careful exploitation of feudal rights and commercial opportunities, created fiscal stability that had been absent from English government for more than a generation. The promotion of trade and commerce became central elements of Edward's domestic policy, as he recognised that economic prosperity would provide both popular support and governmental revenue necessary for long-term political stability. His systematic cultivation of relationships with London merchants, including the provision of commercial privileges and protection for trading ventures, created mutually beneficial arrangements that strengthened both royal finances and urban prosperity. The negotiation of favourable trade agreements with Burgundian and Flemish cities demonstrated sophisticated understanding of how commercial diplomacy could advance both economic and political objectives while providing alternatives to the expensive military interventions that had characterised previous reigns. Edward's personal involvement in commercial ventures, including investment in trading expeditions and the exploitation of his prerogative rights over foreign merchants, revealed both practical financial acumen and recognition that royal participation in economic activity could provide models for broader commercial development. His systematic encouragement of industrial development, particularly in textile production and metalworking, created employment opportunities while generating tax revenue from expanded economic activity. The establishment of royal workshops for the production of luxury goods, including tapestries, jewellery and weapons, demonstrated both artistic patronage and practical understanding of how royal consumption could stimulate broader economic growth. The elimination of Lancastrian resistance through systematic pursuit of remaining claimants and supporters ensured that no alternative focus for political opposition could develop while providing Edward with opportunities to redistribute forfeited estates in ways that strengthened his political coalition. The execution of Henry VI and the deaths of other prominent Lancastrians at Tewkesbury had eliminated the most immediate threats, but the systematic hunting down of lesser figures who might provide leadership for future resistance revealed both thoroughness and understanding of how political movements could regenerate around seemingly insignificant individuals. The exile of remaining claimants, particularly Henry Tudor and his uncle Jasper, removed potential sources of future challenge while demonstrating that Edward's authority extended beyond England's borders through diplomatic pressure on neighbouring courts. The foreign policy that Edward developed during his second reign demonstrated sophisticated understanding of how international relationships could be manipulated to advance English interests while avoiding the expensive military commitments that had bankrupted previous governments. His successful balancing of French and Burgundian interests, achieved through careful exploitation of their mutual antagonism, provided England with diplomatic leverage that exceeded what might have been expected from its limited military resources. The profitable Treaty of Picquigny with Louis XV in 1475 represented the culmination of this policy, providing substantial financial benefits while avoiding the military obligations that had characterised traditional English involvement in continental politics. The growing power and ambition of Richard, Duke of Gloucester, in northern England, created both opportunities and potential challenges for Edward's consolidation of royal authority in regions that had traditionally maintained semi-autonomous relationships with central government. Richard's systematic development of his position as the dominant magnate in Yorkshire and Cumberland provided effective royal representation in areas where direct royal control had historically proven difficult to maintain. His competent administration of justice and his successful coordination of defence against Scottish raids demonstrated both personal ability and institutional learning about how royal authority could be exercised through trusted intermediaries rather than direct intervention. Richard's role in Scottish border warfare revealed both his military competence and his understanding of how regional security concerns could be addressed through systematic application of limited resources rather than expensive major campaigns. His coordination of defensive measures with local landowners and his development of intelligence networks that provided early warning of Scottish raids created security arrangements that protected English interests while minimising costs to the royal treasury. The systematic fortification of key strategic points under his direction, combined with the training of local militias capable of responding rapidly to border incursions, demonstrated practical military administration that would serve as a model for royal policy throughout the northern counties. Edward IV's sudden death at Westminster Palace on April 9, 1483, at the age of just 40 years, sent shockwaves throughout England and created an immediate succession crisis that would prove far more devastating than anyone could have anticipated. The king had appeared in robust health during the Easter festivities just weeks earlier, leading courtiers and foreign ambassadors to expect many more years of his increasingly prosperous reign. Contemporary physicians attributed his rapid decline to an excess of food and drink, though modern medical analysis suggests that he may have suffered a stroke or sudden heart attack, brought on by his notably corpulent frame and sedentary lifestyle in his later years. The king's final illness lasted only 10 days, during which he remained conscious enough to make his final dispositions, but too weak to address the fundamental constitutional problems that his premature death would create. His deathbed appointment of his brother Richard, Duke of Gloucester, as protector of the realm demonstrated both his trust in Richard's competence and his apparent blindness to the dangerous ambitions that his brother had carefully concealed throughout their relationship. Edward's assumption that the established governmental structures and noble loyalties he had cultivated would survive the transition to a minority reign proved catastrophically naive, revealing how completely he'd misunderstood the fragility of the political settlement he'd created. The 12-year-old Edward V's accession to the throne occurred under circumstances that immediately exposed the weaknesses inherent in any system that concentrated ultimate authority in the person of a child monarch. The young king's upbringing at Ludlow Castle under the supervision of his maternal uncle Anthony Woodville, Earl Rivers, had provided him with an excellent education in classical learning and courtly accomplishments, but had simultaneously isolated him from the broader noble networks that effective kingship required. His unfamiliarity with the major figures who dominated royal government, combined with his natural dependence on the Woodville relatives who had shaped his early years, created immediate tensions with those nobles who viewed the Queen's family as upstart interlopers whose influence derived entirely from their relationship to the late king. Richard of Gloucester's position at the time of his brother's death provided him with both the legal authority and the practical resources necessary to assert control over the succession process, but his geographic isolation in Yorkshire meant that immediate action would be required to prevent the Woodville faction from consolidating their position around the young king. His extensive network of retainers throughout the northern counties, built through more than a decade of competent regional administration, provided him with military resources that exceeded those available to any other individual noble. His reputation for administrative efficiency and personal integrity, earned through his successful governance of the Scottish borderlands, gave him moral authority that would prove crucial in legitimising the dramatic actions he was about to undertake. The Duke's immediate response to news of Edward IV's death revealed both careful advance planning and sophisticated understanding of how rapid, decisive action could shape political outcomes during periods of constitutional uncertainty. His summons to his most trusted retainers, issued within hours of receiving confirmation of the king's demise, brought together a formidable military force whose loyalty to Richard personally exceeded any abstract commitment to constitutional principles. The systematic way in which he secured control of key strategic points throughout Yorkshire, while simultaneously coordinating with his allies in other regions, demonstrated organisational capabilities that his enemies had consistently underestimated. The Woodville family's position during the immediate aftermath of Edward IV's death appeared strong enough to ensure their continued dominance throughout the anticipated minority reign, but their failure to recognise the extent of noble resentment against their influence proved a fatal miscalculation. Anthony Woodville's control over the young king's person, combined with his brother, Edward Woodville's command of the Royal Navy, provided them with both symbolic legitimacy and practical military resources. However, the concentration of power in their own hands, rather than seeking broader aristocratic cooperation, created opportunities for opponents to present themselves as defenders of traditional noble rights against upstart usurpation. Queen Elizabeth Woodville's frantic efforts to secure additional military support for her family's position revealed both her political acumen and her recognition that their influence depended entirely on maintaining control over her son's person and policies. Her attempts to mobilise the resources of those nobles who had benefited from Woodville patronage during Edward IV's reign demonstrated sophisticated understanding of how personal obligation could be transformed into political alliance. However, the lukewarm response these appeals generated among even their supposed supporters indicated how shallow the foundations of Woodville power had actually been, depending more on royal favour than on independent sources of strength. The crucial meeting between Richard and his ally Henry Stafford, Duke of Buckingham, at Northampton on April 29, 1483, established the alliance that would prove decisive in the coming struggle for control of royal government. Buckingham's motivations for supporting Richard reflected both personal ambition and genuine grievance against the Woodville family, whose influence had consistently blocked his own advancement despite his impressive royal lineage and substantial territorial holdings. His descent from Edward III through multiple lines gave him hereditary claims that exceeded those of most other nobles, while his vast estates in Wales and the Welsh Marches provided him with military resources that would prove crucial for Richard's success. The systematic coordination between Richard and Buckingham during their advance toward London demonstrated both careful planning and recognition that their success would depend on eliminating Woodville resistance before it could organise effectively. Their interception of Anthony Woodville and the young king at Stony Stratford on April 30th achieved complete tactical surprise, while providing legal justification for their subsequent actions through claims that they were protecting royal authority from those who sought to manipulate it for personal advantage. The arrest of Rivers, along with Richard Grey and Thomas Vaughan, eliminated the most competent Woodville military commanders while simultaneously demonstrating Richard's determination to brook no opposition to his authority as protector. Edward V's apparent bewilderment at these dramatic developments reflected both his youth and his complete dependence on advisors whose loyalty he had never had reason to question. The young king's protests against the arrest of his maternal relatives revealed both personal affection and political naivety, as he failed to understand the broader constitutional implications of the struggle that was developing around his person. His subsequent docile acceptance of Richard's explanations about the necessity of these measures demonstrated either remarkable maturity or complete helplessness in the face of circumstances beyond his comprehension or control. The triumphant entry into London that Richard orchestrated on May 4th, 1483, with the young king at his side and captured Woodville supporters following behind as prisoners, provided powerful visual symbolism that established the new power relationships while legitimizing Richard's authority as protector. The careful choreography of this procession with Richard displaying appropriate deference to his nephew while simultaneously demonstrating his own authority over potential opponents, revealed sophisticated understanding of how public ceremonies could influence political opinion. The enthusiastic reception that London crowds provided for this display suggested both genuine relief at the elimination of Woodville influence and recognition that Richard's competence offered better prospects for stable government than continued factional conflict. Richard's assumption of the protectorate proceeded initially along lines that suggested genuine commitment to serving as regent for his nephew until the young king reached majority, but the systematic changes he implemented in governmental personnel revealed broader ambitions that extended beyond mere administrative reform. His appointment of trusted supporters to key positions throughout the royal administration, while justified as necessary measures to eliminate corruption and improve efficiency, created new networks of obligation that served his personal interests as much as royal ones. The careful balance he maintained between rewarding his own followers and retaining competent administrators from the previous regime demonstrated both political sophistication and recognition that effective governance would require broader cooperation than purely factional appointments could provide. The Protector's treatment of the Woodville family during the early weeks of his authority revealed both calculated mercy and strategic planning designed to eliminate potential sources of opposition without creating martyrs whose deaths might rally resistance to his policies. The executions of Anthony Woodville, Richard Grey and Thomas Vaughan at Pontefract Castle on June 25th eliminated the most dangerous Woodville military commanders while sending clear messages about the consequences of opposing his authority. The systematic confiscation of Woodville estates provided resources for rewarding his supporters while simultaneously removing the material foundations of any potential resistance from that quarter. Queen Elizabeth Woodville's flight to sanctuary at Westminster Abbey with her younger son Richard, Duke of York, along with her daughters, created both a symbolic challenge to Richard's authority and a practical problem that required careful handling to avoid creating additional opposition to his policies. Her refusal to emerge from sanctuary despite repeated assurances of safety demonstrated both maternal concern and political calculation about the dangers that her family faced from Richard's consolidation of power. The systematic efforts that Richard's agents made to persuade her to surrender her younger son revealed both the importance they placed on controlling all potential alternative sources of royal legitimacy and their recognition that forced violation of sanctuary would create damaging precedents. The complex negotiations that ultimately resulted in the surrender of the 9-year-old Richard of York demonstrated both the Protector's political sophistication and his understanding of how legal formalities could be manipulated to achieve practical objectives while maintaining appearances of constitutional propriety. The formal request from the Royal Council for the young Duke's presence at his brother's coronation provided legal justification for demanding his release from sanctuary, while the guarantees of safety that accompanied this request created moral obligations that made refusal appear unreasonable. The successful completion of these negotiations on June 16th placed both royal brothers under Richard's direct control while eliminating any possibility that alternative centres of loyalty could develop around either prince. The housing of both princes in the royal apartments within the Tower of London initially appeared to represent nothing more than appropriate accommodation for royal children awaiting the older brother's coronation, but the systematic restriction of access to their persons revealed the extent to which they had become prisoners rather than honoured guests. The Tower's dual function as royal palace and state prison made it a natural location for housing the young kings, but the gradual reduction in their household staff and the increasing limitations placed on visitors demonstrated that their status had fundamentally changed from honoured royalty to potential threats requiring careful management. The emergence of questions about the validity of Edward IV's marriage to Elizabeth Woodville during June 1483 provided Richard with the legal justification necessary to transform what had been a regency into a claim for the throne itself. But the timing and circumstances of these revelations suggested careful orchestration rather than spontaneous discovery of constitutional irregularities. The allegations that Edward IV had been pre-contracted to Eleanor Butler before his marriage to Elizabeth Woodville, if proven, would have invalidated the royal marriage and rendered all its offspring illegitimate. The convenient appearance of Robert Stillington, Bishop of Bath and Wells, with testimony supporting these claims, provided exactly the kind of evidence that Richard's supporters needed to justify the dramatic constitutional changes they were contemplating. The legal complexities surrounding these pre-contract allegations demonstrated both the sophistication of medieval canon law and the opportunities that such complexity created for political manipulation when sufficient pressure could be brought to bear on key witnesses. Stillington's position as a respected ecclesiastical authority gave his testimony considerable weight, while his previous service in Edward IV's administration provided him with the kind of intimate knowledge that made his claims credible to those who wished to believe them. The systematic way in which supporting evidence emerged during the crucial weeks of June 1483 suggested careful preparation rather than spontaneous revelation of long-hidden truths. The Parliamentary Assembly that convened in late June 1483 faced the unprecedented task of adjudicating claims about royal legitimacy while operating under the direct influence of the man who stood to benefit most from favourable decisions. The Titulus Regius that formally declared Edward IV's children illegitimate and recognised Richard as the rightful king represented either a genuine constitutional settlement based on legal evidence or a carefully orchestrated usurpation legitimised through parliamentary authority. The speed with which these complex legal questions were resolved, combined with the unanimous support that Richard's claim received from the assembled nobility, suggested that political calculation rather than dispassionate legal analysis had determined the outcome. Richard's coronation at Westminster Abbey on July 6, 1483, represented the culmination of a political revolution that had transformed him from regional magnate to king in less than 3 months, but the circumstances surrounding his elevation created immediate challenges to the legitimacy of his authority that would plague his entire reign. The magnificent ceremony, conducted with all the traditional religious and constitutional formalities, provided visual confirmation of his royal status, while demonstrating his determination to rule as a legitimate monarch rather than a mere usurper. However, the notable absence of many prominent nobles from the coronation festivities revealed the extent to which his claim remained controversial, even among those who had accepted it for practical reasons. The new king's immediate efforts to establish his authority throughout England demonstrated both administrative competence and recognition that effective rule would require broader support than the narrow circle of allies who had facilitated his usurpation. His systematic progress through the Midlands and northern counties during the summer of 1483 provided opportunities for local communities to demonstrate their loyalty while allowing him to assess the extent of support his regime commanded beyond the capital. The enthusiastic receptions he received in many locations suggested that his reputation for competent governance had survived the controversial circumstances of his accession, but the careful security arrangements that accompanied these royal progresses revealed ongoing concerns about potential opposition. The disappearance of the princes in the Tower during the late summer of 1483 created the most enduring mystery of Richard's reign while simultaneously eliminating the most obvious alternative sources of royal legitimacy that might have rallied opposition to his rule. The last recorded sighting of Edward V and his brother occurred in early September, when they were observed playing in the Tower gardens under the supervision of their reduced household staff. The systematic reduction in their public appearances during the preceding weeks had already generated speculation about their welfare, but their complete disappearance from public view created rumours and suspicions that would prove far more damaging to Richard's reputation than any direct challenge to his authority. The various explanations that contemporary and later sources provided for the prince's fate reflected both the political pressures surrounding the question and the absence of reliable evidence about what had actually occurred within the Tower's walls. The most persistent allegations suggested that Richard had ordered their murder to eliminate any possibility that they might serve as focal points for future rebellion against his authority. Alternative theories proposed that they had died of natural causes, been secretly removed from the tower for their safety, or even survived into adulthood under assumed identities. The systematic destruction of relevant records and the elimination of potential witnesses made definitive resolution of these questions impossible while ensuring that speculation would continue to undermine Richard's legitimacy. The political impact of the prince's disappearance exceeded any immediate practical benefits that their elimination might have provided to Richard's security, as the mystery surrounding their fate generated far more opposition than their continued existence as prisoners would likely have created. The assumption that they had been murdered, whether accurate or not, transformed Richard from a usurper who had seized power through legal manipulation into a tyrant who had resorted to the murder of children to maintain his position. This transformation in public perception proved far more damaging than the practical threat that the living princes had represented, demonstrating how political calculations based purely on immediate security concerns could prove catastrophically counterproductive in broader terms. The rebellion that erupted in October 1483 under the nominal leadership of Henry Stafford, Duke of Buckingham, revealed both the extent of opposition that Richard's actions had generated and the fragility of the political coalition that had brought him to power. Buckingham's motivations for turning against his former ally reflected both personal disappointment at the rewards he had received for his crucial support and genuine horror at the implications of the prince's disappearance. His vast territorial holdings in Wales and the Welsh Marches provided him with substantial military resources, while his royal lineage gave him potential dynastic claims that might serve as alternatives to both Richard's usurpation and any Lancastrian restoration. The systematic coordination between Buckingham's rebellion and other uprisings throughout southern England demonstrated sophisticated planning that suggested broader noble involvement than the Duke's personal grievances alone could have generated. The simultaneous revolts in Kent, Sussex, Devon and other counties revealed networks of opposition that extended far beyond Buckingham's immediate sphere of influence. The participation of former Yorkist supporters, including many who had served Edward IV loyally throughout his reign, indicated that Richard's actions had alienated precisely those groups whose continued support would be essential for maintaining stable royal authority. The emergence of Henry Tudor as the focal point for opposition to Richard's rule represented a remarkable transformation for a man who had spent more than a decade in Breton exile, with minimal prospects for political advancement. His Lancastrian lineage, derived through his mother Margaret Beaufort from John of Gaunt's legitimised bastard line, provided tenuous but legally arguable claims to royal succession. More importantly, his position outside England's factional conflicts allowed him to serve as a neutral alternative around whom various opposition groups could unite without requiring them to subordinate themselves to rivals from competing noble families. Margaret Beaufort's role in coordinating opposition to Richard III demonstrated both remarkable political acumen and the extent to which determined individuals could influence major political developments despite apparent powerlessness. Her marriage to Thomas Stanley, one of Richard's most important supporters, provided her with access to court intelligence, while simultaneously creating opportunities for subverting royal policies from within the governmental structure itself. The systematic way in which she maintained communications with her son in Brittany while simultaneously cultivating relationships with potential supporters throughout England revealed organisational abilities that exceeded those of most contemporary male politicians. The financial and logistical support that Henry Tudor received from the Breton court reflected both genuine sympathy for his cause and calculated exploitation of English factional divisions to advance broader strategic objectives. Duke Francis II's provision of ships, soldiers, and supplies for Tudor's invasion attempts represented substantial investment in what appeared to be a desperate enterprise with minimal prospects for success. However, the Duke's recognition that any disruption of the English political stability would benefit Breton independence efforts made such support strategically rational, regardless of Tudor's ultimate chances for success, The failure of Buckingham's rebellion in November 1483 demonstrated both the continuing effectiveness of Richard's military organisation and the extent to which premature action could destroy potentially successful opposition movements. The Duke's execution at Salisbury on November 2nd eliminated the most prominent noble opponent of Richard's rule, while simultaneously demonstrating the king's determination to crush resistance, regardless of the personal relationships that had previously existed between him and his enemies. The systematic pursuit of other rebel leaders throughout the winter of 1483 to 1484 revealed both administrative competence and recognition that incomplete suppression of opposition would only encourage future resistance. Henry Tudor's abortive landing attempt at Plymouth in October 1483 revealed both his determination to exploit the opportunities that Buckingham's rebellion had created and his recognition that external support alone would prove insufficient without substantial domestic assistance. His decision to retreat to Brittany when it became apparent that the rebellion had failed demonstrated strategic prudence rather than cowardice, preserving his forces for future opportunities when circumstances might prove more favourable. The systematic way in which Richard's coastal defences had been prepared to repel invasion attempts showed both military competence and understanding of how external threats could be anticipated and countered through appropriate preparation. The diplomatic offensive that Richard launched during 1484 to secure Henry Tudor's extradition from Brittany demonstrated both his recognition that the exile represented a continuing threat and his sophisticated understanding of how international pressure could be applied to achieve domestic political objectives. His negotiations with Duke Francis II, conducted through a combination of threats and inducements, came remarkably close to achieving Tudor's surrender before the latter's dramatic escape to France in September 1484. The failure of these diplomatic initiatives, despite their initial promise, demonstrated the limitations of Richard's international influence and the extent to which European courts remained willing to exploit English factional divisions for their own purposes. The death of Richard's son Edward of Middleham in April 1484 eliminated the king's only legitimate heir, while simultaneously destroying the dynastic stability that had provided one of the strongest justifications for his usurpation. The young prince's demise, attributed to contemporary sources to a sudden illness, created immediate succession problems that threatened to undermine the entire foundation of Richard's claim to legitimate authority. The systematic efforts that Richard made to designate his nephew John de la Pole, Earl of Lincoln, as his heir, revealed both his recognition of the problem and his inability to solve it satisfactorily through any arrangement that would command broad acceptance. Queen Anne Neville's declining health during 1484 created additional dynastic complications, as her potential death would eliminate any possibility of producing additional legitimate heirs, while simultaneously creating opportunities for Richard to seek a new marriage alliance that might strengthen his political position. The rumours that circulated about his possible marriage to his niece Elizabeth of York, Edward IV's eldest daughter, revealed both the desperate nature of his dynastic situation and the extent to which political calculation had begun to override normal considerations of propriety and canon law. The public denial that Richard felt compelled to issue regarding these marriage rumours demonstrated how completely his political position had deteriorated when such allegations could gain credible circulation. The financial pressures that Richard's regime faced during 1484 reflected both the costs of maintaining security against continuing opposition and the economic disruption that political instability had created throughout the kingdom. His attempts to secure additional revenue through parliamentary grants met resistance from representatives who questioned both the necessity of increased taxation and the legitimacy of the authority requesting it. The systematic alienation of royal lands to reward supporters, while politically necessary for maintaining their loyalty, reduced long-term royal income, while creating precedents that would prove difficult to reverse should circumstances change. Henry Tudor's patient cultivation of support throughout Europe during 1484 demonstrated both strategic sophistication and recognition that successful invasion would require substantial external assistance, combined with domestic support from those who had become alienated from Richard's rule. His negotiations with Charles VIII of France resulted in promises of military and financial support that transformed his exile court from a desperate refuge into a potentially viable alternative government. The systematic recruitment of English exiles and foreign mercenaries created a military force capable of mounting serious invasion attempts while providing the organisational structure necessary for governing England should such attempts prove successful. The intelligence networks that both Richard and Henry Tudor maintained during this period revealed the extent to which late medieval politics had become dependent on systematic information gathering and the manipulation of public opinion through carefully orchestrated propaganda campaigns. Richard's agents throughout Europe provided regular reports on Tudor's activities and intentions, while Tudor's supporters within England supplied crucial information about royal military preparations and political developments. The systematic way in which both sides attempted to influence public opinion through the circulation of favourable narratives demonstrated sophisticated understanding of how political legitimacy depended as much on perception as on constitutional or military realities. Henry Tudor's final preparations for invasion during the spring and summer of 1485 benefited enormously from the deteriorating political situation within England itself, as Richard's increasingly desperate attempts to maintain authority had alienated many of those whose support would prove crucial in any military confrontation. The French court's decision to provide substantial military and financial assistance reflected both genuine sympathy for Tudor's cause and calculated recognition that English political instability served broader French strategic interests in their ongoing conflicts with Burgundy and the Holy Roman Empire. Charles VIII's provision of approximately 2,000 professional soldiers, along with substantial quantities of artillery and other military equipment, transformed Tudor's expedition from a desperate gamble into a serious military enterprise with realistic prospects for success. The composition of Tudor's invasion force revealed the international character that English factional conflicts had assumed during the final phases of the Wars of the Roses. The corps of French professional soldiers provided military expertise and disciplined formations that would prove crucial during the coming campaign, while substantial numbers of English and Welsh exiles supplied local knowledge and connections that would facilitate recruitment once the invasion force had established itself on English soil. The inclusion of Scottish mercenaries and Breton volunteers demonstrated the extent to which European courts viewed English political divisions as opportunities to advance their own territorial and commercial objectives through relatively modest investments in military support. Tudor's choice of Wales as his invasion target reflected both practical strategic considerations and sophisticated understanding of how regional loyalties could be exploited to create the kind of popular support that would be necessary for long-term success. His Welsh ancestry, derived through his grandfather Owen Tudor's marriage to Catherine of Valois, provided him with genealogical connections that could be presented as evidence of his fitness to rule over populations that had suffered systematic exploitation under Yorkist administration. The systematic preparation that his agents had conducted throughout Wales during the preceding months, including the cultivation of relationships with prominent landowners and the stockpiling of weapons in secure locations, revealed careful planning that extended far beyond simple military considerations. The landing at Millbay near Dale on August 7, 1485, achieved complete tactical surprise while demonstrating both the inadequacy of Richard's coastal defences and the extent to which local populations had become alienated from royal authority. Tudor's small fleet of approximately 30 vessels encountered no resistance from royal naval forces, which had either been withdrawn to defend more strategically important locations or had simply failed to maintain effective patrols along the extensive Welsh coastline. The immediate surrender of Dale Castle, whose garrison opened their gates without resistance, provided the invasion force with secure base facilities while eliminating any possibility of early warning reaching Richard's forces in central England. Tudor's proclamation upon landing emphasised his determination to claim the crown through hereditary right, while simultaneously presenting his invasion as a liberation of England from tyrannical misrule rather than foreign conquest. His careful balance between asserting royal authority and appealing to popular grievances against Richard's administration demonstrated sophisticated understanding of how political messaging could influence the crucial early stages of his campaign. The systematic distribution of prepared propaganda materials, translated into Welsh for local consumption, revealed both organisational competence and recognition that popular opinion would prove as important as military success in determining the ultimate outcome of his enterprise. The response that Tudor's landing generated throughout Wales exceeded even his most optimistic expectations, as local populations demonstrated enthusiasm for his cause that reflected both genuine support for his political objectives and accumulated resentment against Richard's administrative policies. Rhys ap Thomas, the most powerful Welsh magnate, had initially promised Richard that Tudor would advance over his dead body, but his decision to join the invasion force with substantial numbers of armed retainers provided crucial military reinforcement while demonstrating the fragility of loyalties that Richard had assumed he could count upon. The systematic way in which other Welsh nobles declared for Tudor as his army advanced through Pembrokeshire and Carmarthenshire revealed both careful advance preparation and genuine popular support for dynastic change. Tudor's march through Wales during August 1485 transformed his small invasion force into a formidable army capable of challenging royal authority through the systematic recruitment of local supporters who viewed his cause as preferable to continued submission to Richard's increasingly unpopular rule. His route through Cardigan, Machynlleth, and Welshpool demonstrated both strategic acumen in avoiding heavily fortified royal strongholds and sophisticated understanding of how geographical advantages could be exploited to facilitate recruitment while minimising exposure to potential royal counterattacks. The growth of his army from approximately 3,000 men at landing to perhaps 5,000 by the time he crossed into England revealed both the effectiveness of his political appeals and the extent to which Welsh populations had become alienated from Yorkist authority. Richard III's initial response to news of Tudor's landing demonstrated both his military competence and his recognition that rapid, decisive action would be necessary to crush the invasion before it could gain sufficient momentum to become unstoppable. His immediate summons to loyal supporters throughout England brought together substantial military resources, but the lukewarm response that many of these appeals generated revealed the extent to which his political support had eroded during the 2 years since his accession. The king's decision to establish his base at Nottingham Castle provided him with a central location from which he could coordinate responses to threats from multiple directions, but his apparent uncertainty about Tudor's intended route of advance suggested deficiencies in royal intelligence gathering that would prove crucial during the coming campaign. The systematic mobilisation of royal military resources during August 1485 revealed both the continuing effectiveness of Richard's administrative machinery and the limitations imposed by widespread political disaffection among those whose cooperation would be essential for successful resistance to Tudor's challenge. The king's ability to assemble an army of approximately 8,000 men within 2 weeks of receiving news of the invasion demonstrated organisational competence that exceeded anything achieved by previous monarchs faced with similar challenges. However, the questionable loyalty of many contingents within this royal army, particularly those commanded by nobles whose commitment to Richard's cause remained uncertain, created tactical vulnerabilities that would prove decisive during the coming confrontation. The crucial negotiations between Tudor's agents and Thomas Stanley, Lord Stanley, during the final weeks of August 1485 demonstrated the extent to which the campaign's outcome would depend on the decisions of uncommitted magnates whose support could prove decisive for either side. Stanley's position as one of England's most powerful nobles, combined with his marriage to Margaret Beaufort and his extensive territorial holdings throughout Lancashire and Cheshire, made his allegiance crucial for both contenders. His careful maintenance of apparent neutrality while secretly coordinating with Tudor supporters revealed sophisticated political calculation that prioritised family survival over abstract dynastic loyalty. The complex family relationships that connected the Stanleys to both Tudor and Richard created diplomatic challenges that required careful navigation to avoid precipitating premature confrontation while maintaining the flexibility necessary for ultimate success. Thomas Stanley's stepson relationship to Henry Tudor through his marriage to Margaret Beaufort provided natural incentives for supporting the invasion, but his younger brother William Stanley's position as Richard's chamberlain created competing obligations that complicated any straightforward alliance with Tudor's cause. The systematic way in which the Stanley family maintained communications with both sides while avoiding definitive commitments demonstrated political sophistication that reflected generations of experience in surviving dynastic transitions through careful calculation rather than ideological commitment. Richard's growing suspicion of Stanley loyalty during the final days of August 1485 led to his decision to demand hostages from the family as guarantees of their continued allegiance, a move that revealed both his political acumen and his recognition that their support had become crucial for his survival. His detention of George Stanley, Thomas Stanley's eldest son, provided him with leverage over the family's future behaviour while simultaneously demonstrating his willingness to resort to coercive measures when persuasion proved insufficient. However, this heavy-handed approach to securing loyalty created resentment among nobles, who viewed such methods as evidence of tyrannical tendencies that justified resistance to royal authority. Tudor's advance from Wales into the English Midlands during late August 1485 occurred along carefully planned routes that maximised opportunities for recruitment while minimising exposure to potential royal attacks before his forces had achieved sufficient strength to risk major confrontation. His passage through Shrewsbury on August 20th provided symbolic significance, while demonstrating that royal authority in the Welsh marches had collapsed sufficiently to allow enemy forces free movement through strategically crucial territories. The enthusiastic reception that local populations provided for his army revealed both careful advance preparation by his agents and genuine popular support for dynastic change among communities that had suffered under Richard's increasingly oppressive policies. The junction between Tudor's forces and those of his stepfather Thomas Stanley near Stafford created the military concentration necessary for challenging Richard's authority, while simultaneously revealing the complex political calculations that would determine the ultimate outcome of any battle between the rival armies. Stanley's contribution of approximately 3,000 men doubled Tudor's effective strength, while providing him with experienced English soldiers whose knowledge of local conditions would prove invaluable during the coming confrontation. However, Stanley's insistence on maintaining nominal independence for his forces, rather than integrating them completely into Tudor's command structure, reflected continuing uncertainty about the campaign's ultimate prospects and his determination to preserve flexibility should circumstances change unexpectedly. The intelligence reports that reached both armies during the final days of August 1485 revealed the extent to which the campaign's outcome would depend on tactical execution rather than strategic positioning, as both forces possessed sufficient strength to inflict decisive defeat on their opponents under favourable circumstances. Richard's army, concentrated around Leicester, numbered approximately 8,000 men, including substantial contingents of experienced soldiers who had served throughout his previous military campaigns. Tudor's combined forces, including Stanley contributions and Welsh recruits, total perhaps 6,000 men whose enthusiasm for their cause compensated partially for their limited experience in major battlefield operations. Richard's decision to advance from Leicester toward Market Bosworth on August 21st, 1485, reflected both his confidence in his military superiority and his recognition that prolonged manoeuvring would provide Tudor with additional opportunities to recruit supporters while potentially allowing other uncommitted nobles to join the invasion force. The king's choice of aggressive tactics over defensive positioning demonstrated both personal courage and strategic understanding that decisive action would be necessary to crush Tudor's challenge before it could develop sufficient momentum to become unstoppable. His army's deployment along Ambion Hill provided tactical advantages that should have proved decisive against any frontal assault, while the presence of substantial artillery forces gave him technological superiority that previous medieval battles had demonstrated could prove crucial in determining outcomes. The battlefield of Bosworth presented tactical challenges for both armies that would test their commanders' abilities to adapt traditional medieval warfare to the specific geographical and political circumstances that characterised this final confrontation of the Wars of the Roses. The rolling terrain south of Market Bosworth, broken by streams, marshland and scattered woods, created natural obstacles that would channel any major assault while providing defensive positions that could be exploited by competent commanders. Richard's deployment of his forces along the ridge of Ambion Hill gave him commanding views of the surrounding countryside, while positioning his artillery to maximum advantage against any enemy advance across the open ground that separated the two armies. Tudor's approach to the battlefield on the morning of August 22nd, 1485, revealed both tactical competence and recognition that his inferior numbers would require innovative deployment to achieve success against Richard's stronger position. His division of his forces into 3 battles, with himself commanding the centre, while John de Vere, Earl of Oxford, led the van and Gilbert Talbot controlled the rearguard, demonstrated understanding of how traditional military formations could be adapted to exploit specific tactical opportunities. The positioning of his army in the marshy ground north of the royal forces created natural protection against cavalry charges while forcing any royal assault to advance across difficult terrain that would disrupt formation integrity. The Stanley forces' positioning between the two main armies created tactical complications that both commanders recognised could prove decisive in determining the battle's outcome, as their ultimate allegiance remained uncertain despite their apparent commitment to Tudor's cause. Thomas Stanley's deployment of his substantial force on rising ground that commanded approaches to both armies gave him strategic flexibility, while maintaining the neutrality that had characterised his family's approach throughout the campaign. His brother William Stanley's separate positioning with additional forces created multiple potential sources of intervention that could transform the tactical situation regardless of how the initial engagement between the main armies developed. The opening phase of the Battle of Bosworth began with artillery exchanges that demonstrated both the technological sophistication that late 15th century warfare had achieved and the limitations that primitive gunpowder weapons still imposed on tactical planning. Richard's superior artillery, positioned along Ambion Hill to command the approaches to his position, achieved initial success in disrupting Tudor formations while inflicting casualties that threatened to undermine morale before the main engagement could develop. However, the slow rate of fire that characterised these early cannons, combined with their limited accuracy at extended ranges, prevented decisive results from artillery action alone, while allowing Tudor's forces time to adapt their deployment to minimise exposure to continued bombardment. Oxford's advance with Tudor's van demonstrated both personal courage and tactical sophistication, as he led his men across the marshy ground that separated the two armies while maintaining formation discipline under increasingly heavy fire from Richard's artillery and archers. His decision to angle his approach toward the royal left flank, rather than advancing directly against the strongest part of Richard's position, revealed strategic understanding of how geographical advantages could be exploited to minimise casualties while creating opportunities for breakthrough against prepared defences. The systematic way in which his men maintained their advance despite mounting losses demonstrated both personal leadership and the kind of disciplined training that would prove crucial during the close quarters fighting that would determine the battle's ultimate outcome. Richard's personal decision to lead a cavalry charge against Tudor's position represented both tactical desperation and recognition that his political survival depended on achieving decisive military victory rather than mere battlefield success. The king's identification of Tudor's personal standard among the enemy forces provided him with a specific tactical objective whose achievement would eliminate the invasion's leadership while demonstrating his own courage and commitment to his cause. His assembly of approximately 100 mounted knights and men-at-arms for this decisive assault created a formidable striking force, whose impact could prove sufficient to shatter Tudor resistance if properly directed against vulnerable points in the enemy deployment. The dramatic cavalry charge that Richard led across the battlefield toward Tudor's position represented the culmination of his military career and the final test of the personal courage that had characterized his approach to political challenges throughout his adult life. His advance with the royal standard flying above his personal banner created powerful visual symbolism while demonstrating his determination to stake everything on this single decisive action. The systematic way in which his mounted followers maintained formation during their charge across difficult terrain revealed both their personal loyalty to Richard and their professional competence as heavy cavalry whose effectiveness had been proven throughout decades of continental warfare. William Stanley's crucial intervention at the decisive moment of Richard's charge transformed what might have been a successful royal assault into the catastrophic defeat that would end both the king's life and the Yorkist dynasty's hold on the English throne. Stanley's decision to commit his substantial force of approximately 3,000 men against Richard's exposed flank occurred precisely when the royal charge had become committed to its objective and could no longer manoeuvre to meet threats from unexpected directions. The timing of this intervention, whether coordinated in advance with Tudor's forces or representing opportunistic exploitation of tactical circumstances, demonstrated the kind of battlefield awareness that characterized experienced military commanders throughout the medieval period. Richard III's death during the confused fighting that followed Stanley's intervention occurred as the king fought desperately to reach Henry Tudor, while surrounded by increasing numbers of enemy soldiers whose determination to eliminate him exceeded any concern for capturing valuable prisoners. Contemporary accounts describe Richard continuing to fight with remarkable courage even after his horse had been killed beneath him and his personal standard had fallen to enemy hands. His final moments, spent wielding his battle axe against overwhelming odds while refusing opportunities to escape the field, demonstrated both personal bravery and recognition that political survival had become impossible regardless of the battle's military outcome. The discovery of Richard's body among the heaps of slain near the centre of the battlefield provided Henry Tudor with tangible proof of his victory, while eliminating any possibility that rumours of the king's survival might sustain continued Yorkist resistance. The systematic stripping of royal regalia from Richard's corpse, including the removal of his crown, which was reportedly found in a thorn bush and placed on Tudor's head by Thomas Stanley, created powerful symbolism that emphasised the completeness of the dynastic transition. The treatment of Richard's naked body, transported across a horse's back to Leicester for public display, demonstrated both the victor's determination to prove his death and the breakdown of chivalric conventions that had traditionally governed the treatment of defeated enemies. The immediate aftermath of Bosworth saw Henry Tudor's forces systematically hunting down surviving Yorkist commanders while securing control of the royal baggage train and its valuable contents. The new king's orders regarding the treatment of prisoners revealed both political sophistication and recognition that reconciliation rather than revenge would be necessary for establishing stable authority throughout England. His decision to spare most captured nobles while executing only John Howard, Duke of Norfolk, and a few other die-hard Yorkist supporters demonstrated understanding of how mercy could be used as effectively as terror in consolidating political control over potentially hostile populations. Henry VII's first actions as king demonstrated both the political acumen that would characterise his entire reign and his recognition that legal legitimacy would prove as important as military victory in establishing lasting royal authority. His immediate dating of his reign from August 21st, 1485, the day before Bosworth, created legal fiction that made all who had fought for Richard into traitors rather than loyal subjects defending their rightful king. This manipulation of constitutional chronology provided legal justification for subsequent confiscations, while simultaneously demonstrating the new king's sophisticated understanding of how technical legalities could be exploited for practical political advantage. The systematic rewards that Henry distributed to those who had supported his invasion revealed both gratitude for crucial assistance and calculated efforts to create new networks of obligation that would sustain his authority throughout the challenging early years of his reign. Thomas Stanley's elevation to the earldom of Derby provided appropriate recognition for his family's decisive contribution to Tudor victory, while simultaneously binding them more closely to the new dynasty through increased status and territorial holdings. The careful balance that Henry maintained between rewarding supporters and avoiding the kind of wholesale redistribution that might destabilise existing property relationships demonstrated political maturity that exceeded what might have been expected from such an inexperienced ruler. The new king's immediate march towards London following his victory at Bosworth demonstrated both confidence in his political position and recognition that symbolic gestures would prove crucial for establishing his authority throughout England. His entry into the capital on September 3rd, 1485, orchestrated with appropriate ceremony to emphasise both his military triumph and his legitimate claims to royal authority, provided visual confirmation of the dynastic change while offering opportunities for public demonstrations of support. The enthusiastic reception that London crowds provided for their new king suggested both genuine relief at the end of civil warfare and calculated recognition that cooperation offered better prospects than resistance to the established new order. Henry's coronation at Westminster Abbey on October 30th, 1485, represented the constitutional culmination of his military victory, while providing religious sanction for his authority that transcended mere political calculation. The magnificent ceremony, conducted with all traditional formalities despite the hurried circumstances, demonstrated both his determination to rule as a legitimate monarch and his understanding of how public ritual could influence popular perception of royal authority. The participation of surviving nobles from both Yorkist and Lancastrian factions in the coronation festivities revealed the extent to which political pragmatism had begun to override dynastic loyalty among those who recognised that accommodation offered better prospects than continued resistance. The parliamentary confirmation of Henry's title during November 1485 provided legal validation for his authority while creating constitutional precedents that would influence English political development for generations. The formal recognition of his hereditary claims, combined with parliamentary acknowledgement of his right of conquest, created multiple foundations for royal legitimacy that would prove more durable than reliance on any single source of authority. His careful presentation of his genealogical arguments, tracing his descent from both Lancastrian and ancient British royal lines, demonstrated sophisticated understanding of how historical precedent could be manipulated to support contemporary political objectives. Henry's betrothal to Elizabeth of York, announced shortly after his coronation, represented the culmination of plans that had been developing for years while providing the foundation for reconciliation between the competing dynastic factions that had torn England apart for more than 3 decades. The marriage alliance promised to unite Lancastrian and Yorkist claims while creating opportunities for former enemies to cooperate in supporting a settlement that served their mutual interests. The systematic negotiations that preceded the formal betrothal revealed both the complexity of late medieval diplomacy and the extent to which personal relationships remained crucial for political stability even in an increasingly bureaucratic governmental system. The wedding ceremony that took place at Westminster Abbey on January 18, 1486, represented far more than a personal union between two individuals. It constituted a deliberate political statement designed to heal the wounds that decades of civil warfare had inflicted upon English society. Elizabeth's appearance at the altar, clothed in white silk embroidered with the red roses of Lancaster, intertwined with the white roses of York, provided visual symbolism that emphasised the reconciliation theme, while demonstrating Henry's sophisticated understanding of how ceremonial display could influence popular perception of political developments. The presence of nobles from both former factions at the wedding festivities revealed the extent to which pragmatic calculation had begun to override historical animosities among those who recognised that continued conflict would serve no constructive purpose. The new queen's pregnancy, announced within months of the royal wedding, created immediate dynastic security, while providing tangible evidence that the Tudor settlement would extend beyond Henry's own lifetime. The birth of Prince Arthur at Winchester on September the 20th, 1486, deliberately evoked Arthurian legends while establishing clear succession arrangements that would prevent the kind of disputed inheritance that had precipitated previous civil conflicts. The choice of Winchester as the birth location, rather than the traditional royal residences in London, demonstrated Henry's determination to associate his dynasty with England's most ancient royal traditions, while simultaneously distancing himself from the factional associations that Westminster and the Tower carried from recent political struggles. However, the apparent stability that these dynastic arrangements created masked continuing challenges to Henry's authority that would require systematic elimination through a combination of political skill, administrative competence, and occasional resort to military force. The survival of potential Yorkist claimants, both legitimate and illegitimate, created ongoing sources of opposition that hostile foreign powers could exploit to destabilise English politics whenever their strategic interests required such intervention. Henry's recognition of these persistent threats led to the development of sophisticated intelligence networks and diplomatic initiatives designed to eliminate challenges before they could develop sufficient momentum to threaten his established authority. The first serious test of Henry's security arrangements came with the emergence of Lambert Simnel in 1486, a 10-year-old boy whose handlers claimed he was Edward, Earl of Warwick, the son of George, Duke of Clarence, and therefore the rightful Yorkist heir to the English throne. The conspiracy's sophistication revealed both the persistence of Yorkist sentiment among certain noble circles and the willingness of foreign powers to support English pretenders when such support served their broader strategic objectives. John de la Pole, Earl of Lincoln, emerged as the conspiracy's leader, bringing both legitimate royal lineage and substantial political credibility to what might otherwise have been dismissed as a desperate imposture. Lincoln's motivations for supporting Simnel reflected both personal ambition and genuine conviction that Henry's usurpation had violated legitimate succession principles that required correction through whatever means proved necessary. His position as Richard III's designated heir provided him with arguable claims to royal authority that exceeded those of any other surviving Yorkist, while his escape to Burgundy following Bosworth had preserved his freedom to organise resistance to Tudor rule. The systematic way in which he cultivated support among Irish nobles and continental courts demonstrated both political sophistication and recognition that successful rebellion would require substantial external assistance combined with domestic support from those who remained committed to Yorkist principles. Margaret of Burgundy's decision to support the Simnel conspiracy reflected both personal hatred for Henry VII, whom she blamed for her family's destruction, and calculated recognition that English political instability would advance Burgundian commercial and territorial interests throughout northwestern Europe. Her provision of financial resources and professional soldiers transformed what might have been a localised Irish rebellion into a serious military threat capable of challenging royal authority throughout England. The Dowager Duchess's court at Mechlin became a focal point for Yorkist exiles, whose accumulated grievances against Tudor rule provided both motivation and expertise for organised resistance to Henry's authority. The Irish dimension of the Simnel conspiracy demonstrated both the persistence of Yorkist loyalty among the Anglo-Irish nobility and the extent to which Ireland's semi-autonomous status created opportunities for organising resistance to English royal authority. Gerald Fitzgerald, Earl of Kildare, emerged as the conspiracy's principal Irish supporter, bringing both substantial military resources and intimate knowledge of local conditions that would prove crucial during the rebellion's initial phases. His control over much of Eastern Ireland provided secure bases for training and equipping rebel forces, while ensuring that any royal attempt to suppress the uprising would require substantial commitment of military resources that might weaken Henry's position elsewhere. The coronation of Lambert Simnel as Edward VI at Christ Church Cathedral in Dublin on May 24, 1487, represented the rebellion's most audacious gesture, while simultaneously revealing both its strengths and fundamental weaknesses. The ceremony, conducted with appropriate religious solemnity despite the questionable circumstances, provided legal fiction for subsequent military operations, while demonstrating the Irish nobility's willingness to challenge English royal authority when their local interests required such defiance. However, the obvious youth and inexperience of the supposed king created credibility problems that would prove impossible to overcome once the rebellion faced serious military opposition from professional soldiers loyal to Henry VII. Henry's response to the Simnel conspiracy demonstrated both the administrative competence that would characterise his entire reign and his sophisticated understanding of how military preparation could be combined with political initiatives to achieve decisive results while minimising the costs and risks associated with civil warfare. His systematic mobilisation of loyal forces throughout England, coordinated through royal commissioners whose authority derived directly from the crown rather than local magnate networks, created military organisation that exceeded anything achieved by previous monarchs faced with similar challenges. The king's personal leadership of this response, rather than delegation to subordinate commanders, demonstrated both courage and recognition that royal presence would prove crucial for maintaining morale during what promised to be a decisive confrontation. The Battle of Stoke Field on June 16, 1487, occurred on terrain that provided tactical advantages to Henry's larger and better equipped army, while demonstrating how professional military competence could overcome the kind of desperate courage that characterised rebel forces fighting for dynastic principles rather than immediate material advantage. The battlefield near Newark-on-Trent, chosen by the rebels for their final stand, offered defensive positions that might have proved effective against less experienced opponents, but which could not compensate for the fundamental disparity in numbers and equipment that characterised the confrontation. Henry's army of approximately 12,000 men included substantial contingents of experienced soldiers whose loyalty had been tested during previous campaigns, while the rebel force numbered perhaps 8,000, including Irish levies and German mercenaries whose unfamiliarity with English conditions created coordination problems. The tactical development of Stoke Field revealed both the continuing effectiveness of traditional medieval warfare and the extent to which technological innovations had begun to influence battlefield outcomes through the systematic application of artillery and improved small arms. Henry's deployment of his forces in 3 battles, with the Earl of Oxford commanding the van while the King retained personal control of the main body, demonstrated understanding of how proven tactical arrangements could be adapted to exploit specific geographical and political circumstances. The rebels' corresponding deployment, hampered by the diverse origins and limited coordination of their various contingents, revealed the organisational challenges that faced any military force assembled through international conspiracy rather than established governmental authority. The death of John de la Pole, Earl of Lincoln, during the fierce fighting that characterised Stokefield's decisive phase, eliminated the most credible Yorkist claimant, while demonstrating the personal costs that continued resistance to Tudor authority would entail for those who persisted in challenging Henry's legitimacy. Lincoln's fall, struck down while leading a desperate charge against the royal centre, ended both his personal ambitions and the most serious organised opposition to Henry's rule that would emerge during the early years of his reign. The systematic pursuit of fleeing rebels that followed the collapse of organised resistance resulted in substantial casualties among Irish and German troops, while providing clear evidence of the consequences that awaited those who challenged established royal authority. Lambert Simnel's capture during the battle's aftermath provided Henry with opportunities to demonstrate both mercy and political sophistication through his treatment of the young pretender whose imposture had threatened dynastic stability. The king's decision to spare Simnel's life while employing him as a servant in the royal kitchens created powerful symbolism that emphasised both the folly of challenging Tudor authority and the magnanimity that characterised Henry's approach to defeated enemies who posed no continuing threat. This calculated display of mercy served multiple political purposes, while simultaneously eliminating any possibility that Simnel might serve as a future focal point for Yorkist resistance. The administrative reforms that Henry implemented following his victory at Stokefield demonstrated both lessons learned from the rebellion's challenges and his determination to prevent future conspiracies through systematic strengthening of royal authority throughout England and its dependencies. His appointment of reliable administrators to key positions in Ireland, particularly the replacement of Kildare with more trustworthy officials, eliminated the kind of local autonomy that had facilitated the Simnel conspiracy, while ensuring that future Irish support for English pretenders would prove far more difficult to organise. The systematic investigation of the rebellion's English supporters, conducted through special commissions whose authority transcended traditional legal jurisdictions, revealed both the extent of continuing Yorkist sentiment and Henry's determination to eliminate potential sources of future opposition. The emergence of Perkin Warbeck in 1491 created an even more serious challenge to Henry's security than the Simnel conspiracy had posed, as the new pretender's claims to be Richard, Duke of York, the younger of the princes in the Tower, carried greater emotional resonance while attracting more substantial international support from courts that viewed English political instability as advantageous to their own strategic objectives. Warbeck's personal appearance and mannerisms, carefully coached to resemble contemporary descriptions of the lost prince, created credibility that simple imposture could not have achieved, while providing hostile foreign powers with propaganda tools that proved remarkably effective in generating opposition to Henry's rule. The international dimension of the Warbeck conspiracy exceeded anything achieved during the Simnel Rebellion, as major European courts provided systematic support that transformed a simple pretense into a genuine threat to Tudor dynastic security. Margaret of Burgundy's renewed involvement demonstrated both her continuing hostility to Henry's rule and her recognition that Warbeck's superior credibility offered better prospects for success than previous impostures had provided. Her provision of financial resources, military advisors, and diplomatic support created the foundation for sustained resistance that would challenge Henry's authority for nearly a decade, while revealing the extent to which English domestic politics had become entangled with broader European power struggles. Maximilian's decision to recognise Warbeck as the rightful King of England reflected both his personal animosity toward Henry VII and his calculated assessment that supporting English pretenders would advance Habsburg territorial and commercial interests throughout northwestern Europe. The Holy Roman Emperor's provision of military support and diplomatic recognition transformed Warbeck from a mere pretender into an internationally recognised alternative to Tudor rule, creating legitimacy that would prove far more difficult to counter than simple military opposition. The systematic coordination between Habsburg and Burgundian support for Warbeck revealed sophisticated understanding of how international pressure could be applied to destabilise hostile governments while advancing broader strategic objectives. James IV of Scotland's enthusiastic support for Warbeck's claims created immediate security threats along England's northern border, while demonstrating how traditional Anglo-Scottish hostility could be exploited by those seeking to challenge English royal authority. The Scottish king's provision of military forces and secure bases for Warbeck's operations transformed the pretender's conspiracy from an external threat into a genuine security crisis that required substantial diversion of English military resources from other strategic priorities. The marriage alliance between Warbeck and Lady Catherine Gordon, a member of the Scottish royal family, provided additional legitimacy while creating dynastic connections that would complicate any future settlement of the Pretender's claims. Henry's response to the Warbeck conspiracy demonstrated both the administrative competence that had characterised his response to previous challenges and his growing sophistication in combining diplomatic initiatives with military preparations to achieve decisive results while minimising the costs and risks associated with prolonged conflict. His systematic cultivation of relationships with European courts that might otherwise have supported Warbeck created counter-pressures that limited the Pretender's international support while providing Henry with intelligence about conspiracy planning that proved crucial for developing effective countermeasures. The king's willingness to invest substantial financial resources in diplomatic initiatives, including direct payments to foreign officials whose cooperation proved essential, revealed understanding of how monetary inducements could achieve results that military force alone might not accomplish. The Siege of Exeter in September 1497 represented Warbeck's most serious attempt to establish himself on English soil, while simultaneously demonstrating the limitations of his support among English populations who had experienced the benefits of Tudor administrative competence and economic prosperity. The Pretender's small army, numbering perhaps 8,000 men including Cornish rebels and foreign mercenaries, achieved initial success in capturing several Devon towns, but proved incapable of sustaining prolonged siege operations against well-fortified positions defended by professional soldiers loyal to Henry VII. The systematic coordination between local resistance and royal relief forces revealed both the effectiveness of Henry's administrative arrangements and the extent to which provincial populations had accepted Tudor authority as legitimate and beneficial to their interests. Warbeck's surrender at Beaulieu Abbey on October 5, 1497, marked the effective end of serious Yorkist resistance to Tudor rule, while providing Henry with opportunities to demonstrate both the futility of challenging established authority and the benefits that submission could provide to those who recognised political reality. The Pretender's public confession of his imposture, conducted with appropriate ceremony to maximise its propaganda value, eliminated any remaining credibility that his claims might have possessed, while providing powerful evidence of the consequences that awaited those who persisted in challenging royal legitimacy. Henry's initial decision to spare Warbeck's life while maintaining him under house arrest demonstrated both mercy and political calculation about the advantages that living proof of the conspiracy's falseness could provide. The execution of Perkin Warbeck and Edward, Earl of Warwick, in November 1499 eliminated the last significant alternative sources of royal legitimacy, while demonstrating Henry's recognition that complete security would require the systematic removal of all potential focal points for future opposition. The circumstances surrounding these executions, following Warbeck's alleged attempt to escape from the Tower of London in company with the genuine Earl of Warwick, provided legal justification for eliminating threats that had persisted throughout Henry's reign. The timing of these deaths, coinciding with negotiations for the marriage of Henry's elder son Arthur to Catherine of Aragon, revealed both domestic security considerations and international diplomatic pressures that made the elimination of potential pretenders essential for achieving broader strategic objectives. The administrative innovations that Henry VII implemented throughout his reign demonstrated both personal competence and systematic learning from the challenges that had confronted English royal government throughout the preceding century of political instability. His development of the council learned in the law created new mechanisms for enforcing royal authority that transcended traditional legal jurisdictions, while providing the Crown with unprecedented ability to investigate and punish those whose activities threatened governmental stability. The systematic use of bonds and recognizances to ensure noble loyalty transformed traditional feudal relationships into contractual arrangements that provided the Crown with both legal remedies and financial compensation when such arrangements were violated. The financial policies that characterised Henry's reign reflected both lessons learned from previous royal bankruptcies and sophisticated understanding of how governmental solvency could provide the foundation for political stability that had been absent from English politics for generations. his systematic exploitation of feudal rights, including wardships, marriages, and reliefs, generated substantial additional revenue while simultaneously strengthening royal control over noble families whose loyalty remained questionable. The careful management of crown lands, including the recovery of properties that had been alienated during previous reigns, created income streams that reduced royal dependence on parliamentary taxation while providing resources for the kind of governmental initiatives that effective monarchy required. Henry's promotion of trade and commerce represented both practical recognition of their importance for royal revenue and sophisticated understanding of how economic prosperity could create popular support for governmental policies that served broader national interests. His negotiation of favourable commercial treaties with European trading partners provided English merchants with access to continental markets while generating customs revenue that substantially supplemented traditional sources of royal income. The systematic encouragement of industrial development, particularly in textile production and shipbuilding, created employment opportunities while reducing English dependence on foreign manufactured goods that had previously drained precious metals from the kingdom. The judicial reforms that Henry implemented demonstrated both personal commitment to effective law enforcement and recognition that royal authority would ultimately depend on the Crown's ability to provide justice that served the interests of all social classes rather than merely privileging aristocratic preferences. His development of the Court of Star Chamber created new mechanisms for addressing cases that traditional legal procedures had proved inadequate to handle, particularly those involving powerful individuals whose influence could corrupt normal judicial processes. The systematic use of royal commissioners to investigate local abuses and enforce royal policy throughout the provinces extended central authority into regions that had traditionally maintained semi-autonomous relationships with royal government. The transformation of English monarchy that occurred during Henry VII's reign extended far beyond immediate administrative improvements to encompass fundamental changes in the relationship between royal authority and noble power that would influence political development for centuries. His systematic reduction of noble military capability through restrictions on private armies and fortified residences eliminated the kind of independent military resources that had enabled aristocratic resistance to royal policy throughout the medieval period. The careful cultivation of a new nobility whose advancement depended entirely on royal favour created political relationships that prioritised loyalty to the crown over traditional feudal obligations or regional interests. Henry's foreign policy demonstrated sophisticated understanding of how diplomatic relationships could be manipulated to advance English interests, while avoiding the expensive military commitments that had bankrupted previous governments and created opportunities for domestic opposition to develop around grievances against royal policy. His systematic balancing of European power relationships, achieved through careful exploitation of competing interests among major continental courts, provided England with influence that exceeded what its limited military resources might otherwise have commanded. The profitable marriage alliances that he negotiated for his children created diplomatic connections while generating substantial dowries that supplemented royal revenue without requiring parliamentary consent for taxation. The cultural and intellectual developments that characterised Henry's reign reflected both personal patronage and recognition that royal support for learning and artistic achievement could enhance governmental prestige, while creating lasting monuments to Tudor dynastic success. His systematic encouragement of humanist scholarship, including support for educational institutions and the importation of continental scholars, created intellectual networks that would influence English cultural development for generations. The architectural projects that he sponsored, particularly the magnificent chapel at Westminster Abbey that would serve as his burial place, demonstrated both personal piety and understanding of how monumental construction could provide lasting symbols of dynastic achievement. The succession arrangements that Henry established during his later years demonstrated both confidence in the stability he had created and careful attention to the constitutional principles that would ensure peaceful transition into the next generation. The systematic preparation of his eldest son Arthur for royal responsibilities, including his marriage to Catherine of Aragon and his establishment as Prince of Wales with real governmental authority, created expectations of continuity that would survive the young prince's premature death in 1502. The subsequent designation of his younger son Henry as heir, accompanied by appropriate educational and political preparation, ensured that Tudor dynastic succession would proceed smoothly despite the personal tragedies that had eliminated the original heir. Henry VII's death at Richmond Palace on April 21, 1509, marked the end of an era that had witnessed the transformation of English monarchy from the factional chaos that had characterised the Wars of the Roses into the stable governmental system that would provide the foundation for England's emergence as a major European power during the 16th century. His 24-year reign had systematically eliminated the sources of political instability that had plagued English government for more than a century, while creating administrative and financial structures that would enable his successors to pursue ambitious domestic and international policies without the constant threat of dynastic challenge that had constrained previous monarchs. The peaceful accession of Henry VIII in 1509 represented the ultimate vindication of his father's political achievement, as the new king inherited a stable realm with full treasuries, effective administrative systems, and broad popular acceptance of Tudor dynastic legitimacy. The absence of any serious challenge to the succession, despite the availability of alternative claimants with arguably superior genealogical credentials, demonstrated how completely Henry VII had succeeded in transforming English political culture from one that prioritised abstract dynastic rights to one that valued effective governance and national prosperity above theoretical constitutional principles. The Wars of the Roses had finally ended not through military conquest or dramatic battlefield victory, but through the patient construction of governmental competence and economic prosperity that made continued factional conflict appear both unnecessary and counterproductive to the interests of all social classes. Henry VII's achievement lay not in his military victories over Yorkist pretenders, significant though these were, but in his systematic creation of political structures that made such challenges irrelevant to the practical concerns of English society. The Tudor dynasty's establishment marked the beginning of early modern English monarchy, characterised by centralised authority, professional administration, and the subordination of aristocratic ambition to royal policy in ways that would have been impossible during the chaotic decades that had preceded Henry's victory at Bosworth Field. The transformation that England experienced during Henry VII's reign represented the final resolution of the constitutional and dynastic questions that had precipitated more than 30 years of intermittent civil warfare, creating the stable foundation upon which his successors would build England's emergence as a major European and eventually global power.